Okay, good evening. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Roll call. All trustees are present. Karina, has the agenda been posted according to the open meeting law? Yes, sir, it has. Thank you very much. Pledge of Allegiance. Will please stand. Superintendent Parsons, would you like to do it? Sure. Public comment. Members of the public who speak are asked to state their name for the record and will be limited to a uniform number of minutes. The number of minutes tonight is 3. Board members may respond briefly to public comments, but cannot deliberate on matters that are not listed on the agenda. For matters on the agenda, the board will conduct public comment after discussion of each agenda action item before the board takes any action. Summary public comments will be noted in the minutes. Are there any public comments tonight? Just come on up to the mic and state your name. Right up here, yes. You can just tap the button and so it turns green.
Hey, can you hear me? Most people can. I drive a school bus. My name is Marcia Metz, and I'm a school bus driver. I'm just going to read this. It's easier.
Marcia, can you pull the mic a little bit closer to you?
You really?
Yeah, I couldn't quite hear you, believe it or not.
Is that better?
There you go.
Sure?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. My name is Marcia Metz, and I am a school bus driver for Churchill County. And I'm going to just read this. It's easier. I am here to inform the board of a safety issue all drivers are having at the high school on Merton Drive in the AM and PM student drop-off and pickup times during regular session. High school traffic with parents dropping off and picking up their students many times has traffic backed up and stopped not only on Merton, but also on North and South Taylor Street. Many parents are confused as to how to deal with students, traffic, and buses. Some parents are letting their kids, and this is bad, some parents are letting their kids out on the street to walk between cars and buses. This can lead to a tragedy we don't want, and safety first is our main goal. That is an issue we're having daily at high school. My suggestion to possibly alleviate this is, daily problem is to have student drop-off and pickup in the student parking lot off Sheckler. It is a bigger lot that could have a lane around the fence in school, like at EC Best, to keep traffic moving. Also, no buses, which there's 16 of us, do not use this lot or this driveway. Eventually, something bad is going to happen due to this chaotic situation. Hopefully, a resolution of this problem can be made before school starts in August. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other public comment this evening? Okay, seeing none, we will move on. Review and adoption of agenda. I'd like it to be flexible, please.
I move for a flexible agenda.
Okay, we have a motion by Trustee McFadden, a second by Trustee Whitaker. Is there any public comment on the posting of the agenda? Or seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor? It is unanimous. Thank you. We'll move on to recognition. The Board of Trustees will recognize Darrell Parsons for his service to the district. How I want to do this is, let's just go around. The board members can say something each about Trustee Parsons, and then we'll go to public, or if anybody wants to say anything, then we're going to have a reception afterwards, and we have a nice little plaque for him. We'll go ahead and start, and I'll give you a chance to talk too if you really want one later. Okay? All right. Do we want to start on that end down there?
Well, I'll keep it short and sweet, but I've worked with Superintendent Parsons for a few years, having been on the board when we hired him, and it really has been a pleasure in the progress of learning his role and learning my role together. Parsons has been very responsive and respectful, and I know he has what's best for Churchill County students at his heart and his priorities. It's been a real pleasure to work with you, Darrell. Thank you.
I believe I was on the board when we approved the Dean of Students at the high school. So I've been around with you a long time in different administrative roles, and I appreciate all the work you've done in all of those roles. I think it would be hard for anyone to argue that you haven't been a man of virtue and integrity in your role, and you can't question that students matter to you. And everything you've done, that has been the core to your decision making, and I appreciate that. It's been a pleasure working with you. Wish you the best in your retirement, and hope to see you around, maybe at school events again and around town. But thank you for your dedication to Churchill County School District, your many years, not just as a superintendent, but as a teacher and dean and administrator in the district office. We appreciate your dedication and commitment to Churchill County School District and to our students.
Oh, there we go. I feel like we're all going to be saying the same things. I feel like you had my kids, and I worked with you at Northside and at the high school before I even got on the board, and it's always been a pleasure. And I do believe that kids are what you're always interested in. So thank you for your service.
When I started in the school district, you were just put into the Dean of Students, and I was in transportation, so we did get to work a little bit together there, and then up here at the district office. I got to actually learn a few things from you. That was really awesome. I've carried them with me. And then in this role, as a board, you've taught me a lot. You've calmed me down a little bit, and you've encouraged me to continue on. So I would like to thank you for your service, not only to the staff, the students, but to all of us.
I'll try to say something maybe a little different, I guess. You started as our superintendent about 6 months after I became a board of trustee, and I have really enjoyed working with you and believe that you were exactly what our district and our community needed after going through, some roller coasters and COVID and all sorts of things. You came in and just had a very calming presence, and I believe that that was something extremely beneficial for our community, for our students and staff. And you wasted no time getting down to business with positive change and building an administrative team to help support the goals of the district. And I just want to express how much I appreciate your communication. You're so easy to approach, and even when a person doesn't see eye to eye with you on something, or there's a topic where there's differing opinions, you're such a good communicator and listener and able to work through things respectfully. And I cannot express to you how much I have appreciated that and admire you for that. And I think you should just be very proud of your commitment to our district and all the things that you've accomplished during your time as superintendent and prior. Thank you for always putting our students first, and thank you for all of your hard work. You will be missed.
Oh, Daryl, that's kind of hard to follow up, don't you think? I'll just ditto what everyone else said. I really appreciate, all the years of service that you've put into our students and our community, and I wish you the very best retirement. Thank you.
I'm going to start a little bit different. I think you have one meeting left, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure that tonight was really not it. You still have. I'm going to say I've known you in some capacity for the whole time you've been in the district. I think from day one, outside of my 18 months that I thought I was retired, I think I've been somewhere working with you at some point. But the day I remember about the most is the day after I was elected president, and you went to a superintendent's meeting, and you called me on the way home. You said, we were talking, I'm either the most unlucky or the luckiest superintendent in the world because I have somebody with all this experience now going to be my president. Well, I hope that I made it a good thing. I hope you were the luckiest. Not at times, because I know there's times I probably talk to you on the phone more than I talk to my wife. You probably have the same thing with your family some days. Maybe this week even. Anyway, I want to thank you. I want to tell you how much I appreciate all the time you've put in. If people know me, they know I can be a little sarcastic at times. I thought I was pulling one off on you several times, and I realized you were catching my sarcasm. And I kind of appreciate that because you called me on it a couple of times when I would say, that sounds like a great idea. And you'd kind of look at me like, oh, I know where you're going with this one. But I do. I want to thank you for everything you've done and wish you all the luck. Retirement's a great gig. Hopefully you can do better than I did. Anyway, is there anybody else, audience, or any of the staff members like to say anything, Mr. Parsons, before we present a plaque? All right. Everybody else good to go? Well, we are going to present you with a little plaque, and I know Wendy took her eye drops. I'm not even going to try to read that wording on it. I'm going to let you go ahead and read.
Oh, gosh. It's like clear. That like makes it worse. Look at it. Okay, you can see. Yeah.
Leading by Example, awarded to Daryl Parsons. Being a leader is about much more than a title or a position. Leadership is about teamwork, influence, and enthusiasm. To a person who not only knows how to lead, but also inspires and guides us all to excel in our jobs. You truly embody the characteristics of leadership. For all that you have done, we thank you. 2000 to 2026.
Would you like to say anything, Superintendent Parsons?
Still don't know how to turn these mics on. Always been an issue. I just want to express my appreciation to not only the board, but to the staff, the students, and the families that are served by Churchill County School District. This is the only place I've worked as an educator. I've worked here my entire career. I think that's a very good thing. It's been a wonderful place to work and to be here. I'm sad. I'm also we were going to buy new mics at one point, but then they start working again. But I have seen so many things happen within our district since I started working here. The first thing I remember was we were dealing with all the computers were going to shut down on Y2K happened, and we made it through that, and then we made it through COVID. So we're there. We're here for me. It's been a wonderful pleasure, and working with the board these last few years has been a wonderful experience. And you're right, we don't always agree on everything, but we do have the ability to talk it out. And the one thing I know about is that every trustee is dedicated up here to do what they feel is very best for our kids and for our district. And I think that's what's key. I think that the key to being a good educator is that you need to be able to see students for what they can become, not just for what they are. If we focus on what they are, we get stuck, and what they are, or if we focus on what they're not, but what they can become. If we spend the time we focus on that, we can see the greatness in the kids, and that's what we see. We have done a lot in the last few years, and we put a lot of things in place that I think are going to have long-term lasting impact within our district. So one thing that I've tried to talk to staff about and to lots of people are, what is your impact? What are you doing? You have to take time and reflect back on what your impact is. Every decision the board makes, the decisions that I've made as superintendent, and decisions that I made before that I make every day, it has an impact. And it's either a positive impact or negative impact. So I always try to address myself and say, what is my impact making today, and where am I going? That helps with my decision-making processes. I'm so grateful for the support I've had the last 2 years. Superintendent, I'm not going to say it was an easy job, but it's a very wonderful and rewarding job, because there's been it's not a job. I think my wife's a little worried because this has become my life, and when trying to think of what I'm going to do in retirement, I've already volunteered to help out with some things at the middle school and stuff, because this is what I've done this has been my life. And, you know, some people like that, maybe that is where I am. This has been my life. I appreciate all those that I've worked with, and I'm starting to ramble, so I'll finish up here real quick, but it has been wonderful. And I did drive around on the last day of school and played the song that school's out for the summer, and pointed out that for me the words forever are in that song, and that applied for me now. But I just encourage us all to take a look around the district. Not only do we see what our kids and our students have accomplished, and we've tried to portray that, former students from here and all the things that happen, but also if you walk around, you look around, our district looks good. There's some areas we're still working on, but we look good. We look good. And we have some really wonderful people that work here. But superintendent doesn't make the district successful. It's everybody else that makes it successful. I'm just here to put it all together and keep it going. But the students, the teachers, and the parents, that's what makes this work. I appreciate them, and I appreciate your support in the board. Thank you so much. I'm very excited, but I'm very sad. I'm also excited to know that in a couple of weeks, my alarm goes off. So, and if you text me in the middle of the night, I won't be answering. But that's okay. No, I do appreciate so much. Thank you so much, trustees. You are shaping education for the students of Churchill County, and to the administrators and all those that are here. You shape children's lives, and what can be a more noble profession, a more noble cause than that. Thank you so much for the time that you've put up with me. I do love this district very much, and I will be here. I don't plan to leave Churchill County. I'll be here living and volunteering in our schools. That's the only thing I think I know left how to do. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Congratulations. We are going to take just a really quick reception here. You can meet in the back for treats and have a chance to talk to Mr. Parsons, Superintendent Parsons. So we're going to take about 15 minutes here, okay? Yes, we'll get a picture. We keep forgetting that, right? Yes. Okay, I'd like to reconvene this meeting, please. We will move on to Superintendent update, Human Resource update, written report. Any questions for Cameron on Human Resources update? Okay, see none. Churchill County School District Leadership, Excellence, and Development Lead. Project Licensed Professional Development Presenter, Jennifer Jahan.
Jennifer Jahantz, Churchill County School District for Northwest Regional Professional Development Program, NWRPDP. Wanted to talk a little bit about what I've done over the last year and plans for next year. So the things that you're getting, kind of starting from the outside working in, this is work that I've done in Washoe County, and then moving into work that I've done throughout the entire region. Part of why I'm presenting this to you is because it gives me kind of a broader perspective on what other districts are doing and how they're utilizing their resources and how we can transition working smarter, not harder, to bring some of that back here. Also gives me an opportunity to partner with people in other districts to see what they're working on. All of these are they'll all end up in the RPDP report. So starting with classroom management, something that we definitely focus on here. There's things that I've taken away from other districts that I've been able to implement in our new teacher academy. Going into parent involvement and family engagement, it's a state-required class. I've worked with Cameron over the last couple of years to make sure that our incoming educators have this taken care of. They have 3 years to remove the provision from their license. So it's a class that I teach 5 times a year. It's legally required, so it's definitely a benefit that we have someone on staff that's prepared to make sure that this happens. The following 3 are science of reading oriented. These are classes that we've been teaching for the last couple of years. SB 460 that was passed in the last legislative session put in the requirement that all K-3 educators have science of reading training. The Nevada Department of Education formed a committee that decided that would be worth 15 hours. Classes that I've been teaching over the last couple of years have now been NDE approved for the science of reading district obligation. It's not a provision. They can't put another one of those on people's licenses, but it is a district requirement that those K-3 educators get this education. So this is coursework that I've taught over the past couple of years that is now transitioned into coursework that will fulfill this requirement and be taught in person to our staff here, as well as I'm working with several other districts and charter schools to push this out into our global area, which will also give me the opportunity, as I work with educators in other districts, to bring back different things that they might be using there that we don't have here yet. The leadership cohort, which was here, that was something that the board had requested interest in having us do, a cohort from inside about growing your own for leadership. You guys, most of you were able to come to the presentation, which was really, really exciting. The people who made it all the way through the cohort and were able to pull together their project to present were so scared and so nervous, and it was really, really amazing. I was so excited for them. Presenting to you guys is really nerve-wracking. So that they were able to make it all that way, I think that alone was such a huge space of growth for them. And their excitement about working in their school sites with their staff and their teams to kind of identify different things that were going on and opportunities for improvement and success. Teacher Academy, there was a lot of them this year. Traditionally, I've been doing 3 hours with them 7 Fridays a year. We're going to restructure that a little bit. There's not as much new staff this year, so I'm going to be able to have the opportunity to mentor more directly. But this past year, 23 people, it was a great group, and their collaborative work together, they got a little of this from me, a little sit and get, but a lot of what they had the opportunity to do was work with one another and pick up different strategies that they could take back to classrooms, and that was a lot of the feedback that I got from that class, is their excitement about usable structural pieces they were able to go back and implement. In the land of alternative routes to licensure, long-term subs moving into positions, lack of pre-service education for teachers getting to do actual student teaching, I think new teacher work, something else that the board had talked about wanting, has been beneficial, and I've gotten some really, really great feedback on it, which I've shared with this. Finally is kind of my schedule for next year to give you an idea of what I am doing and to have for you to have visibility on that, and then also give you the opportunity to ask for other things. Like I said, the leadership cohort and new teacher work has definitely been something that the board has requested in years past. This will give you an idea of kind of where the professional development is coming through my office from. And then, of course, I have the ability to network with NWRPDP to bring other things here. But I wanted the board to kind of be aware of what has been going on as far as this piece of professional development is concerned, and then give you the opportunity to think about what are other topics or content areas that you might want to see in the future. That's all. Is there any questions?
Anybody have questions for Jennifer?
Can I just make one quick
Yes.
comment?
Yes.
So the project lead that she talked about, where last month several were able to attend and see their presentations, and that's an example of collaboration, because the board asked about it very early on. As became superintendent, what are we doing to help develop leaders and stuff within our schools? And that was one of the things that resulted out of that was having that collaboration that was developed with WRPDP, and so we worked on that. We developed that. It's a perfect example of collaboration with the board and with the superintendent, with staff, and that's now going to be used in other districts as a base model on how they're going to do some of the things. Because one of the things that I found missing from WRPDP was years ago there was a focus on developing leadership skills, and it changed a lot. And this is helping get that focus back in, because we do need leaders within our schools. Leaders aren't just administrators, and so that was a great thing that happened because of our collaboration working there. So thank you. Thanks to the board for that.
And the exciting thing about that program was the focus was not on moving into administration. It was about creating teacher leaders for committees and departments, and but sometimes the leadership programs have a tendency to focus on moving into an administrative space, and that's not always someone's goal, but opportunities.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I have a question, sorry. First, I just want to say thank you, and I know I reached out to you because I was super disappointed that I was out of the country and not able to attend. I appreciate this packet that you've given us. It's a lot to review, and I'm a quick reader, but not quite that quick to get through everything and come up with questions, so I may reach out later. But I was hoping that maybe you could answer some questions around, so you have one of your pages regarding the science of reading, which you just talked about, that is for the K through 3 teachers, and provide the statistics there. And obviously there's, some pretty significant evidence of impact there with the teachers who took that. And then on the next page, you get into a different one that is targeting K through 5 readers. Is there anything in here that's part of your focus in working on professional development with any of the teachers teaching reading intervention stuff at like the middle school or high school level?
No. The class that focuses on K-5, we did have a couple of middle school people participate in that, and because if they were working in an intervention space, very useful. That class is designed to fill gaps, so it's designed to identify spots that are missing and specifically work on strategies to fill those, and not be a complete scope and sequence for developmental spaces. We don't have anything developed like that at this time because, of course, SB 460 put a hyper focus on the K-3 staff statewide, so it's a lot of capacity.
Okay, and with that, you mentioned that some of the people in the class were at the middle school level in the intervention space, but those people, I take it, were they from other districts, not Churchill?
They were from other districts, yes.
Okay. How many districts participated?
In that class, I think that there was
3
or 4 districts represented.
Yeah.
They're Zoom classes, so we service the 6 districts in our region, so Story, Carson, Lyon, Churchill, Washoe, Douglas.
Okay.
And then all the charters that are mostly in Washoe but all of the charters can participate as well. So it just depends on who's interested in signing up for a class.
Okay, and that piece of it, like, so I guess, for the, K through 3 on this, science of reading and some of the other courses, that's just optional? It's not mandatory professional development?
Correct. So
For these?
those people chose to sign up for additional learning.
Okay.
Because of the regulation this coming school year, all of our teachers from K through 5 will be participating in the 15 hours of training around science of reading. K through 3 will be doing the 7 Mighty Moves book study, which is the first one, and NUMA, the 4th and 5th grade teachers, will be using the Next Steps in Literacy instruction, which is the interventions class, so more applicable to their grade level.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving on. C, superintendent update. Any questions on the written report? Okay, superintendent quarterly update on goals and performance, written report. Any question on the quarterly update on goals? Yes.
I do have a question, in reviewing our goal reports with the district plan that's later on in the agenda, specifically the CTE. I don't know if it's a verbiage description. So in our goal is to qualify as CTE end of program completers. And in the 24-25 school year, there was 229. In the district plan, there was 175 qualify, with 66 actually received a certificate. So I don't know if there's a discrepancy on the numbers or if we need to fine tune.
I will find out on that because the completers, the goal completing the certificate is those that receive I think that's the certificate on their diploma. But I know the 200 from last year, I don't know if he's using numbers from this year. When we get to that agenda item, I'll be presenting and try to have that by then. Mike, unfortunately, we scheduled this, and he's at NAPF training in Elko, so we worked on that, but I'll try to find that out before we get to that point.
Yeah, and I guess my end question is our goal to have students qualify or to actually get the certificate? Those numbers seem to be vastly different.
The goal, as the board had written, was to complete, be a completer in one of the pathways.
So as a completer, meaning to get a certificate?
That pathway.
Thanks for covering that one. I had a question on Goal 6, the reading achievement guardrail. So although in this document it notes that the 2025-2026 data is not yet available, and if I'm not mistaken, we typically start seeing that coming in around September timeframe, right? So, but it does say in here that the numbers are not meeting the requirements of the guardrail, and then it, you know, goes on to say a few more things. But in the guardrail itself, it's saying that, you know, as math scores go up, reading scores do not go down at the same time. And to say that, like, we're not meeting the guardrail, are you expecting the rate of 30.5 from the prior year to go down? Is that why that comment was made?
So the guardrail, and how it's stated on the guardrail, is that as we want the math scores to go up, but we're supposed to maintain the reading scores to not go down.
Mm-hmm.
So our hope is from the things that we're doing, because as you can see, the reading scores did go down from 2021 and have gone down.
Right.
We started seeing, but we would expect to see them go up.
Right.
Yeah.
Like over that whole span of time, yes. Like, but in regard to looking at, you know, last year's as an example at 30.5, I just wondered if you were making the comment because you kind of knew something that is not official yet and expected that we were gonna be below last year's.
No, that comment is actually the language that's on the guardrail
Okay,
itself. So that was from the guardrail language. But we are hoping from all the things that have been done and looking at preliminary stuff, we don't know till it's in, but we're hoping to see that rise.
okay.
Anybody else have any questions on goals? Okay, then we will move on. Update regarding district-related matters, Superintendent.
Actually, I do.
Go ahead.
I expect we'll see this quarterly, the next quarter.
Yes, this is actually a requirement to do the quarterly reports on the goals to the board.
Okay,
Superintendent.
just want to make clear to the board that we're not putting this off.
Thank you. Update regarding district matters, Superintendent Parsons.
All right, thank you. First, I've asked for part of this. So our incoming superintendent, Blake Cooper, was able to attend Superintendent's Academy with our district leadership and our school leadership last week, and so I've asked him up there, and it was a good experience to start building that leadership team, and it was an important part of the transition from one superintendent to the next, and so I've asked him to give us a little bit of an update on things that occurred up there as part of my report. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Parsons, for the opportunity to speak, and Blake Cooper for the record. I'll talk about a couple of things. First, I was able to attend the Churchill County High School graduation ceremony on June 5th, and I sat in the bleachers as a spectator, and I could hear everything very clear, even though it was windy. But I thought it was an incredible event, and thank you to Mr. Spencer and all the teachers that had an impact on those students over the last 10 to 15 years so that they could meet graduation requirements. So great job to his staff and all of Churchill County employees that worked with those kids. Second, yes, as Superintendent Parsons talked about, he and I and the cabinet and district administrators were able to attend NAS in Lake Tahoe. It was on June 8th and 9th. I felt like we were able to do a little bit of team building, which was great, and collaborate. And then we talked about a lot of issues, not only in the state, but within the district, and did a lot of problem solving. So I was impressed with our leaders and their ability to talk about those things in an open manner, and work toward a common vision. So, you want to say anything else about that, Mr. Parsons?
No, I think that was good. There was quite a bit of work, and there was a lot of presentations going on up there. There were a lot of roundtable things for our staff were able to choose from, and you go on different topics. But what was really good, this was designed to help us as a state work through some of the common issues and the common features. Last year it was on AI, and this year it was not on AI. And so it was a good opportunity to see everybody work together. I think they made quite a bit of progress on looking, identifying, and getting together as a team to the different issues that we deal with, and looking for ways to solve them, because we're always looking to progress and grow and develop things better as a district.
A lot of NSPF topics, as you can assume. So, but I appreciated that opportunity to collaborate with everyone. It was a nice little icebreaker for me as well. So, lastly, I just wanted to thank Mr. Parsons and say congratulations on retirement. And I know this is not his official last meeting, but he's been fantastic with the transition process and open and welcoming and including me in as much as possible. So, yesterday he took Amanda, Cameron, and myself on a little tour. We were able to see some of the secret passageways around here, so that was fun. And I was telling him, don't put your new plaque down below the pit.
We found a few things we didn't know were stored downstairs.
Yeah.
So we're Blake will have the opportunity to go through them at some point.
Yeah.
I will not.
And that's all I have. Questions for me?
Besides NSPF, what were the other issues that were discussed, highlighted mostly that as a team that felt were most important?
It's it's great and also challenging, that conference, because it is built for superintendents. But a lot of the matters, such as NSPF, as we know, filter down through the schools, like the star rating system and whatnot. And that was discussed at length. And then that kind of led down to conversations of PLCs within the schools and their systems within their own schools. We talked about communication a lot between the district office and the schools. So those were the types of items that I was really listening in on and learning a lot and seeing how I could help improve too. So, yeah. Thank you.
And I think one other topic that was discussed up there and by our team and at length by others is that with some of the legislation that was passed, we are mandated more trainings and things this upcoming year. So science of reading is mandated. There's a great level of training. So and the NAPF training, the principals and principal evaluators have to go through quite a bit of training this upcoming year. And so a lot was stressed and when we talked about the importance of that time has to be fully utilized, because next year the professional development is scheduled out. It's scheduled out, and a lot of it is to meet the state mandate. So one of the difficulties that we're going to have, the district's going to have, is what science and all that's really good, and it's going to be important, and it's going to do that. But what other things do we need to put in there too, and how do we find that time to make sure that we're covering everything that's necessary and essential for what our unique needs are? And that's where the challenge is going to be, because as more is mandated. And these mandates that were given weren't just a mandate of train on this subject. It was a mandate of 3 days of training for these people.
And NEPF training will be lengthy, 7 3-hour sessions for administrators, plus principals have to do more training than that because they evaluate other administrators. So as superintendents, we were talking about, is there any way we can shorten that a little bit to free up some time for some of those principals, because that's a lot of training time. So it's good work, but I agree with Mr. Parsons. It's going to be a challenge to, have our own vision and professional development while doing the science of reading and NEPF. So we'll problem solve and do our best. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else?
Yes. So 2 more things. One is, one of the things I've really enjoyed seeing, and we've had lots of discussions the past few years. We've had several different capital projects that we've worked on that have improved the overall beauty and safety of the district. And within, these few years, we've seen turf projects go. We've seen, we recently reseeded Bradley Field to try and get that going. We've done lots of painting. I mean, we've Dustin and his crew and a lot of those people worked really hard to make things look really good and have good things for our students. There's another one that we've been working on that's about to come to completion. I don't think it will be completed by the end of June, but it's pretty close. The board authorizing capital trash compactors. And I'm going to say why this is really exciting for me is one of our most recurring employee injury has to do with throwing trash up into the trash bins. Trash compactors will take that down. We significant decrease in that over time, and they are in at all the schools. They're bolted down. They're not hooked up yet, but they're pretty close. The power has to be hooked up to them, and then that'll all be in place before school starts, and that will also over time will pay for itself, as we explained before, because fewer times does the city have to come and haul our trash out, and they'd rather come get one really heavy load than a whole bunch of lighter loads that take up a lot of volume. So we're very excited. So if you see these big green looking things around the schools, you'll know what they are. And the middle school and the high school have large ones, and they're a little bit smaller at the other schools. But we're excited that's about to be completed. And they're all in, so that'll all be done by the end of summer. Also, 2 more things. One is, I don't know if anyone noticed, but the art teacher from the high school was over here today, and if you take a look over on that wall, you'll notice that The pictures that we've been looking at for several years are no longer there. We love student artwork, but it's now, I think it's been several years in this case, but we now have some new ones there to look at. So, you know, pay attention if you want to see those, and please touch those with eyes only. They're working on a way to make sure that they're really secure, because the students did make those masks. They don't want any to fall off, but they're pretty secure. They're just worried. We're all worried about earthquakes now, so that's an important topic. So that's there. And last, you know, I've done this every year as superintendent, and to finish my superintendent's report, I've had Caitlin put together a little video that shows this is what the work is really about. We tried to keep it short, but it's like 11 minutes, so there's just so much that happens in Churchill County School District. And I would like to remind the board that I have made it very clear at state level, in the legislature in a few places, and especially with the superintendents, that Churchill County School District is the OG. We were established in 1903, long before the other two CCSDs. So we rank superior. So, and they're all aware of that, and they argue with me, but they've lost. So go ahead and play the video. So that is the impact of what this work is. Thank you, that's all I have. One last, this is, if you want to see it again, it's being posted down on our social media and on our webpage and stuff, so you'll be able to view it again if you'd like to see it, for those that weren't here.
Thank you. Any questions, Parsons? By the way, my computer did a 9-minute update during that. It's kind of lucky it kept going. So business services update, budget tax report, written report provided. Any questions? Okay, B, business service update, there's a written report provided. Any on the written report? Amanda, do you have anything for us? Thank you. Back to school events, as you can see, there are several coming up. Do you have any questions on back to school events? Upcoming board events, we have a couple coming up next year. Any questions on that? Okay, and we will move on down to consent agenda. A, approval recommended personnel action.
Sorry, Greg,
Yes,
can I
go ahead.
rewind really quickly on that upcoming board event, 11A? They're really working on, for that particular meeting in Lovelock, on governance. I think it'd be great for our board and superintendent to make a commitment to go to that one so we can work on working together in a good governance model.
So that is the one in Lovelock, right?
Yeah, it's 11A, September 5th in Lovelock.
Thank you. Further? Okay, so consent agenda. Possible action. A, approval recommended personnel action. B, approval of vouchers. C, approval of May 2026 payroll. D, approval of May 19, 2026 regular board meeting minutes. E, acceptance of the budget transfer report and authorization to record budget transfers between functions or programs for the general fund for the period of May 1st, 2026 to May 31st, 2026, as required by NRS 354.598005. F, policies. We're just going to go through each policy. If you have a question, stop me. Policy 4141. Yes.
Move to approve consent agenda items 12A through E.
You're going A3. Okay, do you have a? It's not a second. Okay. A motion by Trustee Whitaker, a second by Trustee Ghetto Getch. Yeah. Almost messed that up, didn't I? Seeing any comments from the public on that? Any other board comments? Okay, on items A through E, all in favor? It is unanimous. Then we were just going to go through the policies one at a time. You want me to? Or can we just go through this just one at a time? You want to? We all had the information on them all. I mean, it's there. It's a nice outline. Okay. So then we want to do. We don't have to do anything on that. Okay, so we don't have to make a recommendation on that. So let's skip on down to reports by board members. Let's start on your end. McFadden.
Time of year where it seems like there's a school event every evening recently. A lot of good stuff going on. High school graduation, I want to thank all the high school staff that help the students through that process. It's got to be a lot like herding cats, I'm sure. And the staff and grounds and maintenance that put up all the chairs and stands and coordinate the whole graduation ceremony. It really is a good event. A little bit bummed there was no flyover this year. Also disappointed that we finally cut out the benediction, so hopefully, I don't know what to say about that, but graduation was good.
Whitaker.
Attended two of the three graduations. Again, thank you to all of the staff. It's great to be able to celebrate all the staff who helped do the graduations, but more importantly, staff who helped students make it there to that point in their lives. In board report, I have a report from the metrics subcommittee from May 28th. That was our second to last meeting. Our next meeting will be virtual on June 30th. But I hope the graphics help you understand how this is going to look So the district performance plan, the DPF, will include the district supports the school outcomes, which is the NSPF and student outcomes. So the part that we worked on most all this year was the district supports and the effective district practices pieces. That's what we really worked on, because the school outcomes and student outcomes are coming from external metrics. The effective district practices aren't scored, but they're taking into account and identifying those that districts have these practices are more likely to score better in the district supports areas. And then you'll see those effective district practices and what they are listed in the next section. But then the district support indicators are the things that we will be scored on. AB 460 requires this to start this fall. We were able to pull some things, like with the district practices, that we said we're not ready for that. One of the ones that there was consensus on was the financial piece, because so many districts right now are struggling, and we're hoping for better outcomes from the state legislature. Ironically, we're doing well, and it would have helped us a lot to have that piece. But overall, we felt that that one right now was putting several districts at a disadvantage that made it very difficult for them. And so the metrics, we spent a lot of time on determining metrics and how those may or may not look. It got a little metrics nerdy, and some of it was going over my head when all of the accountability people were in the room, and they were talking about different ways to measure and what that does here and what that does here. And so simplified it to the most basic, with the 1, 2, 3. The expectation is, and the hope is, that most districts are at least in what some call the messy middle, the 2. And the 1 is that does not meet expectations, and then the 3 is if your district really is doing fantastic work. You will notice on the, if I go back to, I didn't mention that, in the effective district practices, the new one that was added was the new pathways and post-secondary readiness domain. There was significant talk about this because many, especially the superintendents who are on the committee, talked about how it's unfortunate that all of these programs that provide engagement for students are not being recognized in districts. Music programs, drama programs, esports programs that keep kids coming to school. And the hard, sad truth about it is they don't have a way to measure it. And so if it can't be measured, it can't be included. That's really what it's boiling down to, unfortunately. It still needs to be part of the conversation. Washoe County School District is actually starting to do some work with that in their accountability office, where they're starting to measure and research how students' activity in programs, what their likelihood is to graduate and that. So I'm hoping that that can be added, but it's going to take some time and some work by districts who have the ability to do so, to show how those things can be measured effectively, so that we can show how those things absolutely engage our students and keep them coming to school so that they do pass their required courses. So I'm not going to review anything else about that. Our final meeting will be finalizing the metrics the end of June. The next committee is going to be reviewing and rehashing the NSPF. The superintendent, who was Adam Young from White Pine, was a great member of the committee who was a big proponent of these ideas of student engagement, is retiring, and so AJ Fueling from Carson is going to be one of the new members on the NSPF rework committee. So I know Blake talked about, they talked about NSPF and the challenges with that. So you make sure AJ is there to those meetings, because we need those voices from the superintendents. Finally, with this, going along, Irene Bustamante Adams, who is the president of NASB, was asked to present this morning to a joint committee on education with Victor Wakefield to give the district perspective. She's been on the committee with me about the DPF. Rick Harris and I reviewed the comments with her and made sure that we included the components about this will not be effective or helpful if you do not streamline and remove other reporting requirements. So we made sure that that was part of her remarks in the committee meeting today. So there is a leadership cohort that the National Association is providing to different ones, special education governance and an educator recruitment and retention. This can count toward the credits that we need, or that if you're earning for your certified public official. The deadline's been extended for that to June 22nd. I will send that to Karina so she can send it to everybody regarding that. And stop there.
Thank you. Mr. Guerra?
This is why we're all going to just be repeating each other. May was busy with scholarship night and honor society and adult ed graduation, 8th grade promotion, and then finally with CCHS graduation. Just proud of all the students, their parents, the staff, just everybody. All of those things were really great.
Trustee Blakey?
I also attended all of the promotions and graduations. I also attended a CCEA and CCSD negotiation meeting. And then we had our NASB nomination committee meeting as well, and both of those have gone pretty swell.
Mr. Rogat?
Kind of ditto what's been said. Just appreciate all of the effort from staff and families and students, and the graduation was a great success. And I think this was our second one since the turf has been done, because I believe we barely got it done in time for last year's, but everything looked great. So kudos to everyone who helped pull that off, and it was a wonderful event.
Trustee Bullock?
Same as the others. All the graduations are just a pleasure to be around. While it was a busy end of the month, it is my favorite time of the year, being able to go and see everyone's progress and attend all those graduations. I want to just comment a little bit on Trustee Whitaker's work that she's been doing, and that is 100%. I actually had a parent not too long ago tell me that her student, once he arrived at high school, and because one of those CTE classes is the only reason why he went to school, and it actually changed his life, that before hitting the high school, it was a nightmare getting him there. And once he got to the high school, got in one of those CTE classes, he doesn't want to miss school now. So it does change their life when they get to attend those type of classes. So I think that that's really important work that is being done over there. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd also like to say I attended 8th grade promotion, the adult ed grad, and the graduation. 3 different venues. They all turned out great. It's kind of cool that we pulled it off in 3 different spots. And then just for a brief second, I will talk NIAA. As you all know, we have 12 members, 6 from Vegas, 6 from the rest of the state. We had president and vice president come up for vote. It took 7 motions to get a president and vice president, because we kept having tied votes. Needless to say, Alex Woodley from Washoe County is the president, and I am the vice president. I'm not sure that's a good thing or not, but I am the vice president, so now I'm either part of the solution or the problem. Our goal is to get a 13th member so we can get rid of the 6-6 vote. Something has to give there. Unfortunately, it could come from Clark County, and then we all know where we're going to be in northern Nevada. It's going to be 7-6 all the time. So I'm hoping it's somebody from the north, but something has to give. You can't have tie votes and everything. So that is where we are at with that. So let's move on to new business. For discussion and possible action, the board will consider a proposal from Project Stay to provide suicide training to all Churchill County School District coaching staff, both volunteer and paid positions. Mr. Parsons and Emma White.
All right, thank you. I'm just going to be very brief, and I'm going to introduce Emma White. She's presented to us before, so I think I'll know her. She has been working and has a proposal for the board to consider what something they'd like to do with this, because we have quite a bit of time and effort into our work with suicide prevention, and this is one way that we could continue that work and reinforce it.
Thank you. Hi, it's good to see you again. Thanks for having me. If you remember me last time, you know I like to stand, so I'm going to stand back here. But my name is Emma White, and I have the pleasure of working with the school district and with a lot of entities in the county as we move forward suicide prevention efforts. So if you ever see me, you know I'm here talking about suicide prevention because it's just my thing, it's my passion. Just as a reminder, I am the contracted youth suicide prevention coordinator for the Nevada Office of Suicide Prevention, which is under the Division of Public and Behavioral Health, and then I'm also the president of the Life is Worth It organization, and we work very closely together. Just wanted to give a little reminder. Let's see, I probably have to turn this on, huh? Okay. Before I get into some recommendations or conversation, I wanted to give you an update on some data. And I know you guys are deep in data all the time. So I just wanted to give this as just a quick little refresher. 2024 is the most recent data that the state can give out to communities. Obviously, we know we're in 2026. So it takes a little bit of time. I always look at these numbers as just remembering that these are lives, and yes, I wish we had data we could give you today, but I will reference 2024. As of 2024, Nevada ranks 10th in the nation for suicide. That is per capita. We lost 674 people to suicide in the state. We decreased our suicide rates 2 years in a row. So 2023 and 2024 was a decrease in our rates. We also slid back from 7th in the nation to 10th in the nation. So I know we have more work to do, but I also want to highlight that we see a lot of reports come out, and we see that Nevada ranks last in a lot of things. Access to youth mental health resources, maybe? Okay. But despite all of the challenges with connecting to resources and workforce, you name it, we are still decreasing our numbers. And I think that's a really great, important part to showcase the work that is being done across the state and the efforts that are being made. Now, it is the second leading cause of suicide. Suicide is the second leading cause of death for Nevadans. That's up to age 50. So we could break it down by youth, but I want you to know that it is adults as well as that second leading cause. We do know that 87% of Nevada residents live in a federally designated mental health professional shortage area. What that means is that if you do need to seek care, you are likely traveling to Reno, potentially Vegas, and sometimes out of state to seek that care. Unfortunately, I can't wave a magic wand. There are good things happening. It's going to take some time to change that number. Now, really, as we look at youth, 23.5% of youth statewide reported a major depressive episode in the past year, with 73% of those needing treatment who did not receive it. We know that rural Nevada communities experience higher suicide rates than urban areas, 47% higher, actually. But we do know that one of the strongest protective factors for youth mental health and suicide prevention is having at least one trusted, caring adult in their life. So what I want to talk to you about is what we've been doing, and because of you, and thank you for that, is to continue moving these efforts upstream to look at the prevention side of things. We know that we need to work on responses in other avenues, but if we can move more prevention, more training, more awareness up front, we might not have to lean on those crisis services as much. So I want to give you just a quick update on the Garrett Lee Smith Youth Suicide Prevention Grant. If you listened to me speak last time, you remember, I believe it was 2 years ago actually that I came and spoke. Time goes by so quickly, I just feel like the months go by. As a refresher, the GLS grant is a SAMHSA-funded grant. It is focused on youth suicide prevention. It is run by the Nevada Office of Suicide Prevention. We have 3 LEAs, local education agencies, that we tapped into as partners. So each of our partners did provide that letter of agreement: Carson City, Churchill, and Elko. We have that grant for 5 years total, so it will end 2029, but we have been doing some incredible work with that grant and with that funding. It's $735,000 a year for 5 years, so any mathematicians, we're up in the about $3 million range for 5 years, and our goal is to implement youth suicide prevention upstream and early intervention strategies. I'm not going to get too much into the goals and objectives, but if you do ever want to look at the goals and objectives on that grant, please reach out to me because we are really excited. We're about to move into a really beautiful phase of that grant, helping to meet kids where they're at who are having suicide ideation to provide them care so that they don't have to be transported away from home. So if you ever have questions, please let me know. I'm happy to talk about it with you. Now, just high-level overview. Those goals and objectives include, this is not all of the goals and objectives, but it does include training the district staff in suicide prevention, which we did get put into policy, and so we've been doing that. We've trained over 400 staff in suicide prevention in one day, which is a record. So just want you to know, as you were talking about Churchill County owning, some records here, that is one. And we would love to train sports coaches and those volunteers working in the sports, and I'll talk about that in a moment, in supporting interventions for youth experiencing thoughts of suicide, and then work towards providing signs of suicide training for middle school and high school students. Those things are all in progress, and I cannot take credit for that. I have to thank the superintendent. I have to thank the folks that we've been working with because they have helped move the needle forward on this. So incredible change has been going on, and we continue to expect that. So I wanted to talk briefly about a goal in that GLS grant, which is training youth sports coaches in suicide prevention, mental health awareness. Currently, if you look at Nevada Revised Statutes 388, 388 says suicide 72 times. It doesn't mean there's 72 mandates, but it is mentioned 72 times in that statute. That statute requires educators to be trained in suicide prevention. There is currently no state law that requires sports coaches in the district or volunteers that are working on the teams to be trained in mental health awareness or suicide prevention. We see this as a significant gap because as we talk about trusted adults, we know that many of our youth trust the people that they are, going to practice with every day after school and competing with as that person that they would look to towards helping them in anything that they're going through. As I mentioned, Nevada doesn't have that law just yet, but 13 states nationally have adopted policy statewide. Colorado and California just passed it, and I am working right now to try to get Nevada to get on board with requiring that. But for now, as we talk about that at a statewide level, I want to talk about what we can do at a district level. There's currently no district in Nevada that requires sports coaches in the district or volunteers that opt in to work with the teams. There's not one school district that requires those coaches to be trained in suicide prevention or mental health awareness. So in an effort to maintain our goals and objectives with the GLS grant, I'd love to recommend that we implement a policy in the school district to require coaches to be trained because we are already requiring educators, and I'd love to see an additional policy for those folks that aren't working at the school. We know that many people that work at the school are also working, on the teams or coaching, volunteering. We want to make sure that any additional folks outside of the district are getting that training. So you have a really huge opportunity and a unique opportunity to be the leaders in this. I do expect some other districts to come on board as well. We are, I'll talk about the program in a second, but we are working with 6 other counties in the state right now on this. So I'd love to see you guys take the lead first, and I'll see people fall in line after that. So I wanted to talk about Project Stay, which is what you see on the agenda. Project Stay is a training program that was created in Washoe County after the loss of a youth athlete. The family came together with some community partners, including the Nevada Office of Suicide Prevention and some other organizations, my nonprofit and Renown Health. It originally started in Washoe County to train sports teams in suicide prevention. It has now expanded, as I mentioned, to 6 other counties. So the current counties are Carson City, Churchill County, Washoe County, Elko, Humboldt, White Pine, and we just received funding from the Raiders Foundation to expand it into Clark County. So our hope is to have all 17 counties, but we're chugging along. So what that proposal would look like is adding an additional policy to make sure that anybody that is district approved, working with the teams, volunteering with the teams, anybody that is having that interaction with youth, complete a yearly training program. And that would be a 2-hour in-person training. Now, it could be utilized virtual. That would be at the discretion of the district and approved by the district. I've been training for a really long time, and I know that in-person training makes a huge impact on folks, not just for their ability to learn, but I can't tell you how many adults that I train that are there to learn how to support youth come up to me and say, I'm struggling, and I need help too. So that's why we love to do that in person. But as I mentioned, sometimes you might need a virtual self-paced option. So how this could work, just to think about it, this is a completely free proposal. So there is no funding that would be needed for this. What it would look like is the district would work with myself, Nevada Office of Suicide Prevention, the Churchill Community Coalition, any other organizations that might fit in there, to provide training on a quarterly basis to meet the needs of the individual teams. I played basketball and volleyball growing up. I know that you were not going to get any coaches in the fall or the winter during season to take a training. So we want to meet them in the off season so that they can do that training and meet that need. As I mentioned, this would be completely free. Project Stay is a proposed training option that you could implement. You could also implement Safe Talk, youth mental health first aid, other things like that, but Project Stay was specifically made for Nevadans by Nevadans, and we'd love to see that be adopted, or just as an option in the training program. Basically what it looks like is the school just reaches out to us, we schedule training, we come in, we train, we get out. It's very simple. There's no funding needed or anything like that, just, I guess, just the policy that enforces it. So I wanted to keep it pretty high level because I could talk for days and days and days. So I'll leave it up for some questions. If you have any questions, I'd love to chat, or if you have questions later, I'll be around. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to add one thing too, and recognize that we as a district, and Emma also helped with this. We partnered with Churchill County and Coalition, several other groups, and we were the first county to adopt a county-wide suicide prevention plan in place. And we've done a lot, and recently the policy committee and the board approved the suicide prevention policies that we have in place. And so it has been very important work, and it has an impact among our students and among our staff, our adults, our families. And I think when I think about this, one important thing that I recognize is that we realize that all students need to connect with someone. Sometimes that connection happens outside of school and school activities. Sometimes that connection happens within school activities. We need every adult, it's a trusted adult that students work with, they might connect with, to be aware of things. That's a first step in prevention. And the more that people are aware, the greater our, I don't like calling it a success rate, but the greater success we will see in fostering suicide prevention with students and with families. And one of the things that we worked, a lot of this just leads to tying resources together and the ability to connect people And oftentimes, if people aren't trained, they have no idea what to do next, and it kind of catches us off guard. And I know we talked a couple of years ago about the attitude that is in lots of places was, don't talk about it. It's just something that, you know, it's there, we don't talk about it. But we found we have to talk about it. It has to be front and center, and it has to be something that's out there. So the more people that know what resources are available and how to help with how to help students when there are those questions, or even other adults, the greater the success rate will be in promoting and working with suicide prevention. And what I do like about this proposal there is that it's not utilizing any district resources other than finding some time for some people. We don't pay for the training. It's paid for through grants, and it's for several years. So if we do establish something like this and that goes away, I mean, other avenues will have to be looked at and opened up. So I know sometimes we think about what's our long-term commitment. If we establish within that, and as we did within there, we have to do suicide. We will do suicide training every year with all of our staff. How we do it can change and stuff. And if we don't have like a project like this or something that's paying for it, we'll find other ways. But it's you know, key and very important. So right now there's not really a financial commitment. It may cost a little bit of time with the coaches and stuff, but it would get everyone that works with a student on our teams with some knowledge and information about suicide prevention, at least the very basics. And that's all it takes often.
So we were looking basically at having the policy committee put together policies.
You want to go first?
Okay, just a couple quick questions. In our board book and our packet, we have a page here that says it's a summary of what's going to be presented to us in the PowerPoint that you just presented. And then there are additional pages behind that start with like proposed mandates and then the purpose and gets more into explaining. Was that something that the district prepared or that you prepared?
I prepared it as a sample. Okay. So it is, I work with all 17 school districts in the state, so I will use templates on samples, and then we can adopt it and or edit and change things as needed. Every district is a little bit different, so
okay.
Yeah.
So you wrote up, you know, the purpose, policy statement, and requirements to provide us sort of that template. And then my question on the training itself is, because this is targeted to coaches, assistant coaches, and volunteers who interact with our students, you know, in sports and extracurricular activities and such, is the training, and I realize that students are going to have potentially different types of interactions and relationships with a coach than with a teacher. And keeping that in mind, is the training program geared more in that fashion versus the type of training that educators are taking?
Yes, great question. It is different. It is tailored towards coaches and folks that are working in that space. The Safe Talk training that this staff is getting at the school is a great training. It's more hands-on. There's more practice involved because we know they're going to be with students essentially all day sometimes. The Project Stay training is specifically geared towards what do you do if you're out of town, work, you know, with kids on a tournament and the student has thoughts of suicide. So we gear it towards that, and then also helping them build those conversations with families. So they're learning what to look for, what are the resources, how do I have conversations, but there is more information built in there on on student well-being and safety in a different picture than it would be in school.
Okay, great. And then I see that, you know, there's a multitude of options for the district to consider as far as the qualified organizations to help provide the training. Do you help facilitate sort of scheduling, I guess, with those organizations and the district? Because I see that it would be offered as a quarterly and need to be in-person training, not virtual, unless there were extenuating circumstances. So, for example, one quarter, could it potentially be through like Churchill Coalition, and then the next quarter it might be provided through a different organization? Is it that?
Yeah, so far I've been facilitating all of it, and I don't see a change in that unless it wants to be, and I'm completely open with that. Where it's been right now is honestly a multi-partner initiative to get this into 7 districts. So right now here it is with, the state, then my nonprofit and the coalition, and we've been working together. In the future, as I mentioned, I don't foresee this to ever be a financial obligation for the district, and that is because the Nevada Office of Suicide Prevention is in state statute and is funded to train. So unless we have some catastrophic change in the legislature, that office is never going to go away, and there are 3 positions in that office that are solely dedicated to training. However, they also do train the trainer models out in all over the state, and we've been having conversations because we actually did a Project Stay training in May, and some folks that were in the training said, hey, I might be interested in training here. Do you guys do that? So we've been thinking and talking about doing a train the trainer model so that we have boots on the ground in the county and can offer those trainings as well. And that's a very long-winded answer, but I've been helping with the coordination and implementation, but I don't have to be the only one.
Okay, thank you so much.
Of course.
So to your statement about moving this to policy, my thoughts on that, number one, probably the best place. But secondly, I don't see this in policy, I see this in regulation. If you look at our suicide prevention policy, we left that broad on purpose because we wanted to make sure in our suicide prevention policy 7200.0 that we recognize that it's just not students that we were concerned about, but staff as well. I think there's a misconception there. We heard that last year that staff was trained and they're like, well, I'm teaching 6-year-olds. Yeah, but you have a partner teacher. How are they doing? And so there was some misconception on that with some of the training, but if it's in regulation, that's where we have everything else is in regulation. We have a regulation for students and we have a regulation for staff. And so if it's the will of the board, that's what I would prefer where we put this component if we want to focus on that.
Any other comments?
I just want to say that I have been working with Emma on this, and it is something that's really important to me. I did take her class in May, and I don't want to get too much into it, but it was kind of a weird thing because I will tell you several weeks later, I ended up making some phone calls to her, and I was really, really glad that I had her number in my phone that day. So I do think that this is really important. There are so many people out there in our district that are not teachers, that are hand in hand with our students right now, and they need to know what to do in case of emergency. And I think that anyone who comes in contact with Emma, and I mean, she gives everyone her phone number. So, I mean, of course, there's all the online things that we can do and that she suggests. And I think just being there in person, I agree with her on that, not doing the training online unless we absolutely have to, but being there in person with her and just getting that education and that one-on-one conversation when you go to leave that training is really important. And I think that this is something that we definitely should move forward with.
My last comment / question would be, I agree 100% with Trustee Whitaker's suggestion, because the regulation is really where it outlines sort of the expectations for the staff requirements and students and all the things. So because this item says discussion and possible action, would we then potentially move to directing staff to develop that in regulation to come to the policy committee? That kind of
to,
That was kind of my thought, was that we would move to approve the policy committee to, implementing the suicide prevention for coaching staff, volunteer, and paid positions. And if that ends up in regulation, I think that that's,
yeah, to work this, to work this into regulation, and then it would go back to the policy committee to review the regulation, and then would come forward in that process. And we can do that, and also with that, we can, and putting into regulation is really good, because that cements, that puts it in, and then that maintains that it will happen. We can also, in the meantime, we can work with them and work a directive, and we can administratively mandate that we're doing this as well. But putting it in regulation will cement that in that process and have that process developed so that it maintains. It's not, oh, this is a good idea this year. It maintains that process unless it's changed later on.
And ultimately, it can be very effective as part of the onboarding process too. Most of our coaches, if not 100% of them, are supposed to take mandated reporter and child abuse trainings and all those types of things before they ever interact with youth. So it could be something that you look at as just part of the onboarding process. And I'm hopeful that we will see that happen at the state legislature soon. But in the meantime, it would be amazing, even if something does happen at the state legislature, I'd love for it to be also adopted at each district, because I think it not only shows the compliance, but it shows that you care. And it sounds silly maybe, but it's not. Like, when people know that you created your own specific language for your district and your staff and your coaches, they do feel like, you know, you care. And I think that goes really far here. I've just experienced that in many opportunities, so.
thank you. Thank you.
I'm in agreement with this, and also in agreement, I think regulations where it would be appropriate, and just directing the district office to make that happen.
I think the direction's there. I don't think we need a motion. Okay, everybody good? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
thank you, Emma, for coming today.
Moving on to B, for discussion and possible action, acceptance of renewal proposal from Nevada Public Agency Insurance Pool, and approval for payment for fiscal year 2026-2027. Superintendent Parsons, Stephen Romero, and Chris Rogney.
Chris Rogney for the record with EA Church. So I am your local insurance agent that represents the pool. Stephen Romero is here from the pool. He'll do a presentation after I kind of go over the renewal. It's a good year. You guys have seen, you know, some fluctuations in costs over the years. We've seen a shift in the insurance market in general, somewhat very recently, the first of the year. So it's really good to see that the proposal came in at nearly a point under last year. I think hopefully we continue to see this trend as time goes on. That's what it's kind of looking like right now. So hopefully that continues, but the premiums are driven, or the cost for the program is driven by many things, market conditions, as well as exposures. There were some changes in the exposures, payroll, employee count, vehicle count, which I highlighted in my memo there, but the gist of it is we're seeing trends going down a little bit. So really happy to do that, or show that. As a reminder, what pool is your property casualty side of your insurance. So it's all of your vehicles, all of your buildings, all of your liability, professional, teacher's liability for the board, so an all-encompassing property casualty program for the district. And it's a great program. Stephen's going to go over kind of some more in-depth of the pool itself. If anybody has any questions about the renewal process or pricing, I'm happy to answer. The term, comes in at a cost of $548,921.33. Again, that's down a point from last year. Any questions, I'm happy to answer them. Otherwise, I'll let, Stephen do his presentation.
Actually, I had a question for Amanda. As far as our budget, we're in range for what the district planned for this item.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
So is this about what we budgeted for in our annual budget?
I probably took what we paid previously and increased it slightly, so I would assume that obviously this is a savings.
Yes.
From what I budgeted for. Yes. But I would have to look that up.
Okay.
Okay.
What we usually do when that question arises during the application process is we say to plan for, possibility of somewhat of a 15% increase. I know that's on the high side, but we have seen it, so we like to at least prepare for that possibility when we see numbers like this again.
Well, especially knowing how much health insurance was going to go up. Yeah.
Anyone else? Great. For the record, Steve Romero with Pool Pact. As was discussed, right now you are in pool, which is our property casualty pool. We also have Pact, which is our workers' compensation pool. I handed you out coins, and I know that you know these as challenge coins. We actually had a strategic planning retreat with all of our board members, and our board members are made up of the members. So you, owning, operating, controlling, advising what we do in Carson. All I am is your administrative staff. So the strategic planning meeting was to look at the pool, which the pool's been around for 39 years now. And, that's amazing within itself. PACT has been around, and they just turned 30 in PACT, which is, again, our workers' compensation pool. Again, really, really amazing, especially for just being a Nevada public entity that belongs to this pool, these two risk management pools. These are risk management pools. It is not insurance. It's risk management to do the best that you possibly can for your communities and for the other members. And when risk management doesn't work, we have coverage that ends up coming in, helping with that financial. Now, around the edge of the coin, and this is what came out of that strategic planning retreat. And these were given out at our annual board meeting that we have every year. But around the edge of the coin, it has being proactive, being accountable, being responsible, showing strength, being stable, stability, having service, and being safety. Now, I heard a lot of comments tonight about your superintendent. And all 7 of these came out of every one of you towards him. So he 100% has proven over time that all these can work. We call this an opportunity coin, not a challenge coin. Our opportunity is to try and meet at least one of these a day. There's 7 of them, there's 7 days in a week. You do this. I just saw the video yearbook. What a fantastic job you did. What I saw in that, you as a board being proactive, you as a board being accountable, you as a board being service. So you're raising these young adults, be responsible, show strength, be stable. So that's your coin. That's what I feel that, we want to strive, and I carry mine because I look at it personally as well. How am I going to act during the day? Within our program, I just want to bring up some changes that we ended up doing, and sometimes when I get in these board meetings, some of the things I end up hearing is, do you quote our insurance every single year, or do you quote our insurance to the agents? We actually quote the coverage for your insurance part or for the reinsurance part every single year. This year was fantastic on the property coverage in the London market. So we go over to London every single year and we end up meeting with at least 16 syndicates. Syndicates are just like insurance companies. And in those meetings, it sounds all pretty and everything. We go to London, but we're doing that in 2.5 days. We're meeting with 16 different syndicates. So we get on the ground, it's work. This year, one of the things that we brought up while we were there was, and it came out of our strategic planning meeting, was do we have enough limits? We've always carried 300 million limits for the losses. This year, I asked them, what would it cost to increase that from the 300 million to the 500 million per loss? This is an aggregate limit for all members. So, just to carry that additional 200 million may be needed. We were able to get that done for $150,000. So why wouldn't we end up doing that? Your board voted on it. Your board decided, yes, this is a great idea. So we ended up increasing that. With regards to your equipment breakdown, after those meetings, I go to some other meetings and I meet with all of our liability carriers. This time I also met with Boiler Re, who is your equipment breakdown carrier and your boiler carrier. We've always had $100 million with them in coverage. I asked them, what would you be able to do if we end up going up to $150 million? So increase it by another $50 million. In that conversation, I said, what I'd really like to see is no rate change whatsoever. Fantastic. Let me see what we can do. Gave me a call back, said, not a problem. We'll increase that at no rate change at all. So we ended up increasing by another $50 million without any charge to any of them. I don't know if you guys have this. So this is kind of the best part that to look at and to see with regards to how this whole structure ends up working. And I have in here there's the yellow and then the orange. The yellow is the pool itself. The pool takes on the first 200,000 of every loss within the property layer. PRM is your captive, meaning that you actually own an insurance company. And we deploy that capacity whatever we can or wherever we need. And in this case, we deploy it inside that first loss area as well. So we take on, between the captive and the pool, you take on the first 500,000 of every single loss. So this year at the annual board meeting, I did kind of a little analysis with regard to show all the board members, your peers, the other members that belong to the pool, how does this relate in your total claims that you end up having? Over a 10-year period, $28 million was paid out just in that first. So that's the strength of the pool that you belong to, that you own. Liability-wise, we did make some changes within your liability coverage. And for you as a school district, it actually didn't affect you whatsoever or affect how your structure is made up. We kept the school districts at a 500,000 SIR, and then after that, it goes to the marketplace and the market takes over from there. With regards to the municipalities, what we did was we had to take a little bit closer look at this. We figured, what would it change if we ended up increasing that to $1 million from the 500,000? And then carriers or reinsurance would take over from there. Overall, with all the changes that I ended up proposing and that were voted on and approved at that annual board meeting, on the reinsurance side, we saved almost 17% year over year in your rate. So that's why we ended up seeing that decrease in that overall pricing out this year. We did have to also make an adjustment within your cyber program. We had to add in, we actually had to go out to market, or I had to go out to market for your cyber program. I went out to market, met with 4 different markets. The program that we ended up going with is with Tokyo Marine, where that is actually now, we used to have it where you had on the first party liability, is your costs, we had a $250,000 sublimit. Then we had $1 million after that for the third party. With regards to your new program, we have $1 million for both first and third party. So we've expanded that program as well. You still have your terrorism coverage that's the same. You still have your environmental coverage that's the same. We did within our program, because all carriers, and I'm sure that Chris could attest to this, even in the commercial marketplace, is that every market is putting in there a PFAS exclusion. All of our reinsurers have done this, and if we hadn't done it within our form, we would probably still have it excluded because we have a total pollution exclusion within there. But since they're actually lining it out as a specific item, we wanted to make sure that we lined it out as well. So we did have to make that change. I will leave it at that and open up for questions.
Do you have any questions? Yes.
Thank you so much for the information and your presentation. It's not very often that somebody comes to us offering more for less money, so that's always good to hear. My first question is, were there any deductible changes for the members?
There were not any on. So each member, you can choose deductible changes. You remember, I believe 3 years ago, maybe more than that, the district had a $25,000 deductible. We bumped it up to $50,000 deductible. That was the year that we saw a pretty significant increase in cost, and that was a way to offset that.
Right.
So no change this year. It remains at the $50,000 deductible for the district.
Okay. And then the next question that I had is regarding the cyber coverage. And I'm just going off of memory from prior, I think it was last year maybe, that we were discussing that, and we're kind of looking at the pool as a whole, and it was an area that needed some work, as in not all members of the pool were as strong as they needed to be with things like trainings and stuff like that to help reduce liability. And so some of the coverages with the cyber were not as good as we'd hope they could be. Have there been improvements with pool members as far as their cybersecurity position, stance, and the changes that occurred within the cyber coverage? Can you explain what it means when where it says $500,000 sublimit for cyber crime coverage?
Yes, so we can discuss with regards to, again, we had to make a change within our cyber program because that carrier that we were with in the past no longer writes cyber insurance. They got completely out of the market because they knew that they were going to be in trouble with what they were doing. So what, in my search for, and I'm the broker for the pool, in my search for the coverage, what I ended up finding was, again, going to Tokyo Marine Safety National. They are a carrier that has been in the cyber business for a long period of time. That's where we ended up having these changes that were made, and taking that from having to do, you know, we still have to fill out those cybersecurity worksheets just to know exactly, you know, how maybe we can help some of our members. This is Marshall Smith and Jared Hickman's area where, you know, there are risk managers within our organization. So they're working with those members that do need that assistance, along with Tony Rucci, who is our outside consultant for cyber. We do have 146 members. Not all of them, how do I say this politely? Not all of them really have a lot of cyber concerns. when it comes to what they do. We have a lot of small GIDs that are, these general improvement districts where they have a laptop that they keep track of meeting notes, that they're doing at a dining room table. So when they're answering these questionnaires, of course, they're gonna fail every single time because they really honestly don't have anything in their system that we really need to be concerned with. Tokyo Marine Safety National took that into consideration when pricing for us, because of course I have to supply out all the information I possibly can to one, get the best pricing, but also to be transparent to my underwriters. We have to be 100% transparent. So I hope I answered your question with regards to that part of it. With regards to the sublimit of the 500,000 for cybercrime, your cybercrime is your I don't like using the R word, so I'm not going to use it, but you can figure out what R word I'm thinking of. When that happens, within our coverage form, the way that we've always handled that is within full coverage form, we provide 500,000 in monies and securities coverage. That ends up taking over for that cyber crime. That's why we have that sublimit within this coverage, is because we already cover it within our full coverage form, not in our cyber coverage form. But once that does get used up in our full coverage form within that deductible that we've taken, so we've taken on an annual aggregate deductible with Tokyo Marine. So you're going to, and I use you as the pool, take on between you, the pool, and PRM, your captive, take on that first $1 million of any loss that ends up happening with cyber loss. And once that, we needed that trigger so that we would go over to the 500,000 that's in the full form. And then once that ends up applying, we've used up that $1 million deductible, then now it's covered underneath the cyber coverage being covered by Tokyo Marine. Hopefully I confused you just fine.
And part of your question on the sublimit, you have the $10 million liability, so they use sublimit when it's not included in that and it has its own separate limit. They just call it a sublimit, so it just separates that away from the rest of the coverage.
Any other questions? No?
I move to accept the renewal proposal from Nevada Public Agency Insured Pool. Approve payment for fiscal year 26-27 funds.
You have a trustee McFadden. I have a motion from trustee Guerrero-Getch. I have a second from any other board or public discussion on approving this. Seeing none, all in favor? Unanimous. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you very much for being a part of the pool and your active involvement as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to take a 5-minute break real quick here. Thank you. All right, I'd like to reconvene this session. C, for discussion and possible action approval of FY 27 District Performance Plan, Superintendent Parsons.
Thank you, President Malkovich. So Assistant Superintendent Walker has done all the work and prepared this, but he is in Elko for NAPF training, and so he's not here to be able to present it tonight. So we put it in board book, and basically this is the process, and this form is set up. The state has the software that was called, you'll see on there, it's generated by Plan for Learning. So they gave us, here's what we need. You pulled information so that the way it looks and the way it reads out, and like some things seem to be a little repetitive in that's because that's their form that we had to fill out and submit to them. This is part of the plan where this is going to work into the district plan should be feeding into the state plan, the schools plan should be feeding. They're trying to get that aligned. It's something that they've been working on for a very long time. But that's what this process is about. So it was developed using board goals, and so you'll see the board goals and things that are in there and the stuff that we have. We went through, was able to find out, Trustee McFadden, I think the question earlier was, why were the numbers different from what I had in there? And what I've been able to find out in that time since then is the numbers I had are what we had last year. And this one, I don't have numbers on mine yet because we don't have them all worked out. These are numbers based on where we are that are projected. They'll still could change a little bit, but they had to use this year's information as best we have. So there's still some information that we'll be getting where those may change. But for the purposes of the plan, that's in there. So it does look like that our course completers from this year are going to be down from last year. And I'll spend more time in the next few days kind of looking at that a little bit more. But, part of that was because they made some, and we talked about it when we worked on our goals too, is that they made some changes in how some of that's working. And so we could see a change just from that, because they have to be able to be considered a completer now. Well, it's the same. I'm trying to remember all the stuff, and sorry, I just didn't have more time. But that's why the numbers are different, just last year to this year. And those are projections using numbers from this year on where it looks like we're at right now. And so you'll see that the first part, and a lot of this is taken, some of the work that's pulled in from this comes with some of the grant work, so that with it, there's a comprehensive needs assessment that's done through some of the grant application process for title, and some of the information pulls from that automatically into this. And you'll see that we went through this, and here's a statement of our areas of strength and just kind of an outline of the district. But I know when working through this, and Mike and I had talked about it, and with this too, the goal was not to make it look good. The goal was to be factual and actual, where we are, not just, hey, it sounds good, but here's where we are. So that's what we tried to use is the data and be as accurate as could be, and point out the things that are good and the areas that we have strengths in. And so what you'll see throughout it is that it takes, and here's the challenge, what's our solution, what are the things that the district is doing to improve in those areas. And then, like, one question that I was asked was, we see some of those, like, under graduation rate. Well, some of the ELA and math things under graduation rate, those are the things that we're doing to improve the graduation rate. So it has a direct impact up the line when we're getting there, because if we want to graduate more kids, we have to improve our ELA, we have to improve our math scores all the way down the line. So that's where a lot of that works through. I know this was provided to the board. I can go through and highlight from each area. I'll do a couple more highlights to it and then be glad to answer any questions. And the one thing that they do have us look at is you'll see the equity resource support. So part of that is looking to make sure that we're concentrating our efforts around all the different student groups and the different needs. And so it hits us with student groups that often need additional support, such as our English learners, our foster and homeless. And we do have a transiency rate on our foster and homeless, and we say that we do struggle to identify, but We do have a good processes in place, so that as soon as they're identified, lots of good things happen. And so, part of the interventions, once they're there, is with the training that was talked about earlier, the science of reading. A lot of people, the interventionists and things in the younger grades and stuff, they'll all be trained on that, including paraprofessionals and stuff. So there'll be a lot of staff that will be trained on that, outside of what's normally been trained. It talks about our free and reduced lunch, our migrant and Title I. That identify all of those areas, and then what are the things that we're doing, and a lot of it has to do with professional development and implementing things correctly and fully. And then we had to identify like what root causes are, problems, identifying student success needs, and I'm on page 7 on this, 7 of 28. It says, according to the 24-25 school year certification numbers, only 20% of the career tech work-based learning pathway students pass the certification pathway to receive completer status. The root cause analysis reveals a lack of mentorship, opportunities, and academic support that accomplish testing with confidence, or support the accomplished testing with confidence. Additionally, inconsistent scheduling practices have led to students not receiving all the instructional needs for various pathways. And then next, talking about math, how the inconsistencies that we've talked about existing across grade levels, and utilizing formative and summative assessments to gauge learning for all students. And a lot of these things are things that we're already working on. It's not something that's new, but it's identifying here's the things that we're doing and we're working on to improve our performance in those areas.
Maybe just open this up for questions.
Sounds good.
Or I think that might be the best way to go here. Okay. Any questions? Yes, go ahead.
On page 25 to 28, I'm in board book, so I don't have any, where it's improvement strategy number 1 for absenteeism, attendance rates. It says action step number 1, using attendance data from the 25-26 school year, identify students who have excessive absences. The concern for me with that is, okay, you identify them, then what? What do you mean by identify? That does you no good. That does nobody any good if there's not an action plan for after identifying them.
You are correct. I'm looking there to see where you're at. Page something, there's a page of 28, does it say that one?
It's page 25.
25, okay, sorry, there I am. So the action step number 1 is using the data to identify them, and then step number 2, to monitor the school attendance trends using MTS meetings and plan interventions to improve the school attendance. So I would from that, I think the idea is that you're especially monitoring the attendance and working on those kids that you've identified previously from the year before, and doing things to improve their attendance with that. That would
so the assumption is that you're just not identifying, but that you're taking steps to help families.
You're right, and it should be more clear with that, because identifying is one step, but there has to be some action taken in order for the identification to even have meaning.
Yeah. Which leads me to number 2, leads me toward the beginning. Each site will monitor school attendance trends during MTSS meetings. Well, now if I can find it, it's a long document. Gotta get to my notes. On page 6, where, again, talking about chronic absenteeism, there's a lack of MTSS processes to identify and address absenteeism. So our problem is also our solution.
So, and with that, I know we've been working, we had some processes in place that didn't work as good this year. So we're working on making some adjustments in those processes and having some different things in place for next year. There was some software put in place this year that didn't work out well. So that's being changed for next year. So those processes should be better.
Okay. I think just one more question, and then I'll yield. So the problem statement on page 6 for the certification numbers for only 20%, and I know you said these numbers could change, but the root cause analysis reveals a lack of mentorship opportunities and academic support to accomplish the testing with confidence, additionally inconsistent scheduling practices. If that's the root cause, what were the solutions for that? I didn't feel like there was clarity on that. Anyone else can point me where I may have missed that. I'd be happy to rescind that question, but.
So that's the root cause, the problem statement, but it doesn't, I don't see anything that addresses what's being done about that unless it's a little farther down in. I know that's being addressed and trying to work the students through, but I don't know if in this document they had a spot for that. But I can find out exactly what was meant with that and send that out. I just don't have an answer to that right now.
I appreciate, I know you said the state has provided this document. I appreciate that we recognize what issues, hopefully are the root issues. What I'm concerned about in the document itself is that there's not clarity on what the district is going to do. And so as far as a plan, I don't know if that's because of the state's build or what, but I would expect a little more detail. There's a lot of repetition about what the root causes are, but not the solutions. So I'm hopeful time around that if it's not in the actual plan that has to be submitted, but that there's clarity for the board on what the district is really doing.
And I'll make sure that we bring that to them as well, because part of this is they're working to make something that works. But then also when we have this back in, we'll make sure that if that's not in there, that that's included in our description of it, even if it's a separate document to add to this.
My question is what constitutes a priority star throughout the document? Sometimes it's on one of the issues, sometimes it's not.
What page?
I believe, Trustee McFadden, and I'll have to double check on this, but those priority stars, I believe they come because a lot of these are tied to our Title I, the needs assessment, and they're listed as priorities in there. So I think that that's where that comes from.
So
those stars are pulled in from that.
Is that like the state saying this should be a priority of ours?
No, when we do our needs assessment in the title grant, we identify the priorities in there and rank them. And I think that's where that part pulls from. It pulls from different systems within the state to populate this document.
So I'm fairly new at looking at this, but when I'm reading most of these on the solutions, it says the teachers will need professional development on the science of reading, math, and target interventions. Are we putting out there that we think the science of reading is going to be the fix for everything, or is there more stuff that needs to be done in order to help with the change?
So we're putting that in there because we know that we have to do that, and that's planned for next year. We know that that's going to improve with ELA because it goes right in line with all the other things that we're doing. So that's what we have to do, and that should improve that. I think what you're asking is, are there additional things we could do? There probably are, but what we have to also remember is that we're mandated with 3 days of that training. So almost all of the professional development time that we can schedule for next year being fulfilled with that mandate from the state. So there will be some other things that will be done, and each school site's going to do some of their own stuff with every time that they can. But our main focus, by virtue of legislation, will be science of reading, because of no choice with that. But what we're trying to do, and that's where we have our PDB helping with it and things, is to make that PD as meaningful and relevant as possible, because that is a rather broad topic, so we can refine some of the things. There are components that we have to do within that, but we can try to refine those components down to meet what's individual, especially at each school. And with how we're structured, you can identify readily a lot of things that are needed within each school and do that through that process. That makes sense.
Okay. So on page 236 of board book, we state over 70% of our K through 12 students fall below grade level proficiency in ELA. And then, of course, the root cause indicates that there are gaps and inconsistencies which exist across all grade levels, K through 12, in capacity to utilize formative and summative assessments to gauge learning for all students. And then if we go to page 250, where we get into the strategies for improvement and the SMART goal, we talk about the professional development that will be provided to all K through 5 teachers being trained in the science of reading. But we just established that 70% of our students K through 12 have proficiency issues with ELA. And I mean, we're familiar with these statistics from seeing them previously of kind of how far behind we are in proficiency in certain areas, ELA being one of them. And, you know, then when you talk about improvement strategies, we're just talking about K through 5. So 6 through 12, there's no mention of in this document. And I also just want to say that, you know, sometimes it's not always a professional development issue or needing more PD. And I get it when there's mandates for certain things, so don't get me wrong there. I understand when we have to meet mandate requirements on professional development. But sometimes it's an approach issue and how we approach. We like to kind of toss around the word intervention a lot, but as a board member, I fail to actually understand or ever hear what intervention is looking like in our schools. And this document didn't provide any expansion on that subject matter either. I mean, we can use fancy words like that and say that we're going to provide interventions, but again, we're leaving out grades 6 through 12 with this sort of goal. And I'd also like to see more information on intervention, personally.
Any other questions?
I do, as far as a process of, this is a for discussion and possible action for approval of the performance plan. When is this required to be submitted to the state?
As soon as possible, but know that it's a working document that can we can update and change. I mean, this is the first time we've had to use this form to do it.
Okay.
So there will be lots of things that will have to be changed with it. So my request is that we approve it, but know that, and the thing, and set down the things that are mentioned. And none of those things are forgotten or not even or considered. Within the guise of this document, it was limited to what scope and things they gave to us. So we do have other things, and we can prepare more information. I can come back to the board to address more of that of what we're doing, because we've done a lot. But in this document, we would ask for approval so we can submit that. And this is a living and working document. The state will provide us feedback, we'll provide feedback, and make changes and adaptations, and it will end up back to the board again at some future point in time.
So the plan is required, the working document, then what happens in the end?
State provides us feedback through it, and we continue working to do it, because the school documents all have to feed into this too. So the school documents will have different details that will work through this. They're trying to get them all connected. And I know you've heard that before, because I've heard it many times too. And it's a different template document. They're using something, and a lot of the things were done by choices within their stuff, so it's not. I'm not saying it's the greatest thing. With what we had to work with, this is where we're at, but it's going to turn out a lot better in the end. We're in that process with the state of reviewing and revising, and they're committed to trying to make it better, and I think they really are. Make this better, more meaningful, because one of my issues are oftentimes we have to do a lot of these things that we have to spend a lot of time on, and they have no meaning or use. So they are trying to make this more meaningful for us, but we're early on in that process, because we're one of the first groups to have to do this.
Yeah, I would say there's some work. I mean, I get the sense that they're trying to make it in a way that requires less work by a district to be able to pull from these sources. I appreciate that. But it definitely is a work in progress because of all of the things that are stated. So I don't know how comfortable I feel with a motion other than to say approve with recommended changes.
I think we actually did that last year before, didn't we? We approved it, but it was with changes had to come, and they changed the form. So maybe that was a change.
Maybe.
I do have one more question before you make a motion. Scrolling through here, it has a complete checkbox. So is that for internal accountability? Is that does the state have an accountability measure?
The complete checkbox on the
like the improvement strategies. It gives the actions, the person's responsible, the timeline, and then a complete. I would assume when that's complete, you.
Yes, that will have to be resubmitted when it's complete. It's for us and for them, because we have to show them that we did it. But we can see that we are going to have to make a couple of adjustments to it.
Sorry, I just, I want to know, when you say that it needs to be submitted as soon as possible, is there an actual date on that? And I just want to go a little bit further. The trustee Blakey and I are working on a project for NASB, and I would like to put this information in that if there's an exact date of when this is due.
I don't remember. I know they want it as soon as possible. I believe the date was sometime in June. And it may already be past, like I'm thinking like the 15th or something. I don't know, and I'm sorry. I wish that I knew that. Mike has been focusing on this, and I can find out. I know the date is sometime in June, and I can get an exact date. I don't have it on top of my head.
I just have a question. So looking at SMART goal number 2 on page 246 for a board packet, it states by the end of 26-27 school year, Churchill County School District will increase the number of students who qualify as CTE end of program completers to 200 students. Is that in reference to the 175 that's at the top? And if so, why are we focusing on qualified and not getting them all the way passed through.
So what page are you on, Trustee Blakey?
Currently, I'm on 246 of the board book.
Okay, does it say something of 28 on the bottom corner of the page?
Oh, yeah, it says 23 of 28. Previously stated up above, it said we had 170 qualified, 65 earned certificates, 85 passed the test, and 66 met the other criteria.
Hmm.
Are we just trying to increase our number of qualified? Or what's the end goal what's our goal for this?
So these are based upon the district's goals, and the district goal is to increase the number of completers to 200, which we had last year. We may not have it this year. That's based upon the district goal, which was to have the completers.
And so when you say completers, are you talking about them completing the 2-year coursework, maintaining the 3.0 GPA in the CTE coursework, passing the workplace readiness test, and passing the end of the program test? Is that what we're going for? And that would be on page 5 of 28.
It just takes me a moment. These colors are difficult to read. So this year, what we had right now is we had 175 students who qualified to take the certificate test on their CTE career pathway. 85 passed the test. So, and with the completers, it varies from year to year because they have 2 years to take the test once they've completed the coursework. So the problem with that is some of them will take the test the first year and be qualified as a completer. Some of them won't take it till the next year. So there's a 2-year cycle for students to qualify as a completer. We're looking for them to qualify as a completer and to successfully complete the test, and they have to do that to qualify as a completer. And that's what our goal is, to get them to completers.
I think that ties into my original question from the beginning of the meeting of what are we measuring and the exact words we're using to make sure that we're all talking about the same thing.
And that is to be a completer, that they've completed the 2 years and passed the test.
So it's completed the 2 years coursework, the 3.0 GPA, the workplace readiness test, and the end of program test.
Yes, that's what qualifies as a completer. And that's where the data takes time to go through and see every student that has made the completer, because not only do we have to see for the students this year, but we have to see the students last year. Because some could be qualified as a completer this year simply from having taken the test. Or if they took the test and didn't pass it, they have the opportunity to retake it. And I know the high school administered tests, and they were, to the students, wasn't that long before school was out, they were given the test, and within the window, able to do the test to see who met the requirements for the completers.
I think this might be a topic for another agenda item at a future meeting on why we went from 229 to 66, but I'll bring that up as a BMAR.
And know that data is not complete yet, because the analysis of all the data still has to be done to go in there and get where it is, based upon what numbers they knew for sure. Go ahead.
that data that you're quoting, that's not accurate. We never had 229 completers.
That's in the results from the quarterly district goal report.
Yeah.
That's the data that was reported to us last year.
I do feel like we went through this last year after we read this, and then we went into a retreat, and that's when that number increased. Like, it was like 17, and then we went to the retreat, and all of a sudden it was like in the hundreds. So.
On the, and I don't know, I didn't participate in any of these goal setting meetings. So on the state report card, they consider a participant and a completer the same thing, which is different than what you're looking at. So if a kid takes the 2 courses in a pathway, they're considered participant completer. To get the seal or recognition, you have to do the path, the 2 years, complete the end of course, workplace, and 3.0. That gets you the seal.
Trying to decide if this is off agenda. Someone stop me. I'm trying to remember all those discussions in connection to this, and in my mind, I'm remembering that what we were discussing as a completer for our district goal is not what's listed here. It would be nice to go back in those minutes eventually, because I think that may be some of the issue of why, it might be one of the reasons why they don't match up for that, but,
And we'll go back in the data and get that within the next few days and see what's going on.
Well, I'll ask the question since we have so many concerns. What if we don't can it into the state as soon as possible?
They wait till we hand it in?
I'd rather hand in a good product than than half a product. I mean, I don't think they're going to send us to NDE prison or something, are they? I mean, if we're 2 weeks later.
Yeah.
I'm of the same opinion. I make a motion to disapprove the proposed district improvement plan.
A motion by Trustee McFadden and a second by Trustee Blakey or several others. Is there any more board discussion or public discussion on this? Yes.
All right, Blake Cooper, for the record. I just wanted to possibly suggest, when we look at our board goals that were set for 24 to 27, and the CTE goal that we set, it's the same exact language. It's on the district performance plan goal, right? So I think that's where I did take a peek at this prior to the board meeting with Mike. And so that's kind of my fault it's in there, but I'm like, we need it in there. Board goal, it's a district goal. We need to have all of those goals within the document. And I would agree with Mr. Parsons. I don't think anything's going to happen. We need to get it right. I know from my own experience, I've had to adjust my performance plan constantly and explain my thinking of not just saying provide interventions or, monitor attendance data. So we can get in detail of what that actually looks like. Does it go to a committee? What do we do with it after the committee piece? And so my suggestion would be, this is just my thinking, that we probably need to look at our board goals again anyway. I'm sure you all know that. We're approaching 2027, and it's kind of a nice time to reset and set some goals together. So that's what I would say. Also, this program is not easy to use. So when you create all those problem statements and priorities, you have to rank them. and then you have to tie them in, and it gets really funky in the system. So I just wanted to mention it's not the easiest program to use. Yeah. Any questions for me?
Thank you. Any other of the kind? We have a motion to disapprove for the second. So I would like to call for a vote on all in favor of disapproving. It is unanimous. Thank you. Okay, so we will move on to for discussion and possible action, update on the food service costs in comparison with existing expenses versus subsidizing under the Community Equability Provision, CEP program. Trustees may discuss all aspects of the remaining on the current meal pricing or if an adjustment is needed for the upcoming school year. Is that going to be you and Amanda? And Jen Parsons?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
So, go ahead if you want to give a quick overview.
I hope you all had a chance to read what I wrote. I just was telling Trustee McFadden that I just finished the meal claim for May, and 51% of our students qualified for free lunch. So there is that. Between the direct certifications and all of the meal applications, we have 51% that are getting free lunch. I don't know if that helps.
Is that 51% who, like, qualified via, they filled out the application and those sorts of things?
So the direct certifications and the meal applications, it's combined.
I also had a quick question for you. I really appreciate the kind of detailed memo on this with kind of financial breakdowns and things like that, because it was, you know, it got a little bit confusing last year as we were making the change, because we had previously been under CEP that was funded at like 90% essentially. And I went back to look through the minutes from that conversation, and when CEP was funded at 90%, the district ended up not having to pay anything toward that. How all that works, I'm not 100% certain of, but there were comments about how I'm trying to pull that up here. So like, for example, when it was discussed last year, we talked about how it was going from being 90.98% reimbursable to 65.01% reimbursable for the upcoming school year, which is the school year we just ended. And that then they gave an estimate per month that the district would be required to supplement. But then it goes on to say that in reviewing all possible grouping, the highest available reimbursement would be 79.22%. So even though CEP was assigned reimbursable at 65.01, I'm not entirely sure what the grouping means, but I know when we were having conversations, it's like there's other funding sources or something that change that amount to where the reimbursement rate would go from 65 to 79. That's a pretty significant jump. Do you know what they're referring to?
I think it's because each individual school site has its own ISP, Identified Student Percentage. So NELC is much higher than the rest of them. But even if we were to just do that one, it still doesn't really help us all that much. And let me, hold on. So just in May, we have a total of 109 students not exact, but of those 109, 73 were free and 8 were reduced and only 28 were paid. So the kids who need free lunch are hopefully getting free lunch. We can't force people to fill out applications, but I mean, that's a percentage of kids at NELC getting free lunch.
Right.
And with the groupings, if I remember right from last year, you're then identifying, because of each school having its own different rate, you can make the rate for those schools higher, but that means you're not having CEP at another school, because it's the average rate. So if you do 2 higher schools, you get a little bit higher participation there for CEP. But then, let's say ECBS would qualify for CEP at a higher rate, and then Lahontan and the other schools wouldn't qualify. So then you're mixed, like one school is participating, one is not.
That's the grouping.
Yeah. Or
Okay.
sometimes you need to group 2 schools together, and then you have an average rate in there.
Okay.
That's how the grouping worked. And sometimes you can group it so that you are able to do it. And so some districts will have, like, some schools that participate, some that don't.
Mm-hmm.
But where our numbers were, the grouping didn't really work out, other than a couple of spots, but it wasn't enough to offset the other items.
Okay. I just wanted to say 2 other things, is that, you know, I appreciate that percentage, the 51% of the students qualifying. And yes, the hope would be that, you know, the students who qualify for, you know, free lunch are getting those meals. But in, I think it was we've looked at a lot of documents tonight. It was either the document from the prior agenda item, or maybe it was a different document, but where it specifically called out something about the, you know, lack of participation in filling out the forms, and that there's basically an identified population within the district that won't fill out the forms, but they need it and they likely qualify. So I mean, that concerns me, I guess, that there are kids out there who need it and who qualify, but the applications aren't being filled out for maybe a variety of reasons.
I'm hoping that by getting this new food service program link, that it's more user-friendly than Infinite Campus. They have really great materials on how to fill out an application. It's really clear and straightforward. I'm hoping that helps and increases participation with people filling out the applications, but, I mean, we can't.
Right, yeah.
Unfortunately. But yeah, we are definitely going to up communication this year. I think that new food service program will help, and then we'll just keep directly certifying kids twice a month. I pull a file from the state. It identifies the kids that are directly qualified via SNAP, Medicare, TANF. So I'm gonna keep trying to do the best we can to get everybody.
I think too, it's important to note that the CEP rate is only affected by direct certs. So when we have families and they do fill out and they do qualify, that does not affect our CEP rate. So even though, like, we have 51% of our students that qualify either through CEP or by filling out the application, that doesn't change our CEP rate and make it higher. It has to be direct cert. And with that, as programs change in eligibility, and there have been some recent news stories about changes in eligibility for some of those programs, that could end up with a lower CEP rate that we qualify for as well.
And then my last question for you is, in your memo, you give us lots of good information on, you know, kind of number of meals served, and that, you know, what we get charged for meals and things of that nature. And I think then you mentioned the net operating surplus. And please correct me if I'm wrong, I didn't see in here what our current debt is, like what we're carrying right now from the school year just ended on unpaid. 60,000, okay. And are we working toward, trying to see if some of that qualifies where we can get the Angel Fund monies for some of that, or we don't know?
Good question. We are hoping, to do something to try and solicit or find some people to donate towards our Angel Fund. Because when we did this, we used most of the Angel Fund that we had to put everyone's balance at a zero. So we would like to use Angel Fund to do that. We're trying to find ways to find people to donate to the Angel Fund, because essentially the Angel Fund is donated money to the district. And so we've been exploring what avenues could we do to kind of get that message out there that that in our community we can do that, and we've been trying to identify other corporations that we could ask for. Sometimes companies and things will do that. You see all the time in different places, you'll see a news story about some corporation has paid off the school lunch debt for a bunch of kids in places there. So that's something that we're currently working on, because our Angel Fund doesn't have enough funding in it to wipe out that debt, not even close right now, because we used it already to wipe out what we had, because we'd had it for several years. So we used it to wipe out any debt that was there, and we're making some adjustments in some of the debt with a few of the process things we're looking at, and then we're trying to seek donations for our Angel Fund.
Okay, so just out of clarity, since that wasn't included, the debt wasn't included in here, we have an operating surplus of 55,357, but we have debt over 60,000. Thank you.
Yeah.
Last time we spoke about this, there was staff debt, and how much is that at this time?
After June's payroll, it will be zero. I took it out of June's.
Perfect, thank you.
And Julie, this is not for the full year. I think maybe I'd like to do this again once the year has completely finished out and everything's been closed out, so we can get a really accurate picture of where we're at, because I didn't want to estimate anything and have it not be correct. But you are going to have still the revenue and the expense, because we've still paid for those meals. So it's going to be captured. I think just timing, but
I do want to say how much I appreciate all your work on this. It makes it a whole lot easier when it's all laid out in front of us, so we don't have quite so many questions and unknowns. So thank you very much for all of this. It was helpful.
Sure. And one more thing on the Angel Fund. There's roughly $1,000 in there. We've had some conversations in some of the meetings that we have about food service, about really making a push to communicate that we have the Angel Fund and that we are accepting donations, kind of maybe doing like a branding campaign, like for water bottles, I donated to the Angel Fund, something like that, kind of bring community awareness to it so that people are aware. I just don't think that people know that.
So Amanda, I want to really thank you for all the information and the strong recommendation. I like that we actually had a recommendation that was pretty clear. I'm going to tell the rest of the board, I don't know where we'll go with it. I think no motion means we just stay the same. That's the way we want to go. But I'll leave it up to you guys.
Agreed.
Everybody good with that? Okay, then we'll move on. Thank you very much. Where are we at here? E, for discussion of possible action, the board will discuss all aspects and may take action to change the district's critical needs, licensed teacher hiring, and current pay structure. Presenters, Mr. Parsons and Cameron Sorensen.
Let's say, again on this, we apologize that there were some supplementals that were put out, but we had, as we looked at it again, and there were some questions, so we put out supplementals to clarify and provide more information. So if you see the most recent supplemental that we put out, identified, because the request was at the board that we bring back more options and things to look at, and we also worked out the cost analysis for each option. So with the options that we presented on there, there were four items. One is what we're currently doing. And this was based upon the conversation the board had in March about this topic, and based upon what we've seen happening in at least one other district. The first option is a fixed daily rate, that the critical needs would be reemployed at a daily rate of $400 per day. As you can see the details, if they're electing insurance coverage, it would continue to be deducted from their PERS retirement benefit, and that we would provide no district-paid insurance benefit. They would receive 1 sick day per month, and they'd be given the choice between Nevada PERS contribution or 403 contribution, with the district paying 6.2% of the plan. Again, with the 403B, how that works is because we're hiring a critical labor shortage position, that position qualifies for PERS, so it is exempt from Social Security so long as there is a 403B option provided and being paid into. So that's why there's that 403B option. Because in every critical needs has the opportunity, and you see in the form that we uploaded as well, that they must be provided with the opportunity. They can elect to have PERS taken out of their check. I have PERS or PERS contributions to PERS. They can elect Social Security, at which point 6.2% is the employee comes out of their check, 6.2 goes the district pays. Then the third option with the 403B is 6.2% that we would pay had they opted for Social Security goes into that retirement account for them. And then once they have completed their term of service on their contract, they have full access to those funds, or whatever requirements are set up within the account that they have to set up. Some other things with that one, there's not eligible for incentive pay or certification bonuses. They're hired in a critical labor shortage or an at-will capacity, may be separated any time due to us filling the position with a standard applicant. Reduction in force, misconduct, or any other reasons not protected by Nevada law. And we're not including any negotiated agreements or entitled to the benefits provided to any employee group. The option 2 is current salary replacement, no step increases, no district paid benefits, which so they have to, and all of these we put this so that there really are probably 10,000 different options how these things could be put together. We tried to put together based on some things. One of the things we wrote with all these must have been retired for at least a year, because that's something that's been mentioned to us. That can be there, that cannot be there. That would be up to the board to decide on that. And so we did put that on several of these. Must have been retired at least 1 year prior to application and possess the appropriate Nevada license and endorsement required for the vacant position. Now, no, the 1 year is not a state requirement. That would be a requirement that we could enact. The state requirement is that they've been separated and received their first PERS check before they are able to accept an offer or condition of employment. So on this one, they'd be reemployed at the same salary lane and step, held at time retirement. It would receive no advancement. And if they want insurance at that point, again, we wouldn't be providing insurance under this option. And if they wanted it, they elected, it would continue to be deducted from their PERS retirement benefit. Also eligible to receive 1 sick day per month. And again, they have to be given the choice between Nevada PERS, 403, or Social Security. Those options have to be provided. Option 3, a fixed daily rate with the school year compensation and benefits August to June only, because the critical needs teacher would be employed from their date in August of hire until the date in June when school ends. That's the term of their contract. So again, on this one, we have must have been eligible at least 1 year, and must have the endorsement for the vacant position, which isn't for all of them. They get $400 per day for district paid compensation and benefits during the school year. So they'd be eligible September 1st to June 30th for that, because when the employees are employed, their insurance benefits begins the first day of the month after they're employed. So this would be a reemploy date of sometime in August when the first day back is. So the benefits the district would pay for would then start for the September coverage. So it would be a 10-month of insurance coverage on that one. So the district would pay the insurance up to $1,050 a month. Anything over $1,050, the employee would cover the cost. 1 sick day per month, and then again, given those retirement contribution choices. and the same additional, provisions that we have on there. Option 4 is our current practice. The eligibility requirements that they must have met normal retirement eligibility under PERS, may be considered for critical needs reemployment. They must be separated from employment, have received their first PERS check, and possess the appropriate license. The endorsement required for that vacant position. They're in the same salary lane at the time of retirement, no advancement. District paid insurance benefits up to $1,050 per month. The remainder is paid by the employee, and we use that benefit is for 12-month period of time. They're eligible for 15 sick leave days per year, and then given the contribution choices. And again, all the other provisions also apply. We did a cost analysis breakdown of every option, and these are based upon, as you can see, like with option 1, the cost analysis is if PERS options were chosen, it would be $101,811 per employee. And again, this we with our school day, with our current contract, our licensed teacher contract is for 182 days, but they don't work 182 days, so we extend and we do a longer day. So the hours work out the same. So with this, what we do is we do the same. It's a 182-day contract, and meaning that there's an extra roughly 30 minutes a day that they work. The annual hours are the same on this contract. So it would still be a 182-day contract. The hours would work out the same on this. So we do expect them that, as we do now, that you're at professional development, you're doing the conferences, all the things that are expected to be done associated with the position. So the cost, if PERS contribution were elected, it would be $101,811. If a 403 contribution, it would be $79,570. And option 2, which that would be $127,002 or $99,259 with a 403 contribution. And then you'll see option 3 be $112,311 with the PERS contribution, or $90,070 if they elect the 403B contribution. Option 4, option 4, we used the average salary of the critical needs employee, which is $90,813, and that, and all of ours right now have elected 403B, so that is $113,809 is the cost for option 4 with what we're currently doing. And then we used the number 10 because that was the easy number to round things to show what the cost would be if we had to hire 10 critical needs teachers based upon options 1, 2, 3, and 4, and the 403B contributions. And then we did include this bottom part of the data was provided to the board in March with our average cost. So the average cost is taken by the amount this year that's our average teacher salary, meaning critical needs teachers, psychologists, and those that aren't a teacher are taken out, and it's just the teachers that are remaining. Their average salary across the district was used to base this on. So the cost for hiring 10 of them would be $1,071,000, 120 cents, and at 164 if they were hired post FY. That's the average cost for licensed teachers currently for 10 positions. For those two costs, the difference just meaning if they were hired pre-FY 2018, full benefits are covered. If it's post 2018, then after $1,050, the employee pays the remaining portion. Those are the numbers. I assume that you're probably asking for what my recommendation is. But my concern, as I've stated before, always is if we make changes to what we're doing, are we going to have enough teachers to fill classrooms? We do have to make wise financial decisions, the board does, but we also have to make have teachers in seats. Like we want teachers in there. Our goal that we're working towards is to not hire critical needs staffing. That's where we want to be. That's ultimately the goal. We are not there yet. We don't have all of our positions filled. There's lots of things we're doing trying to fill them, but we're not there yet. We're not alone in that. And that's happening all around the state. So my concern is that if we change from what we're doing, are we going to see fewer people that want to do that and not be able to fill our positions? That is my concern. But we can also say that here's the job, and here's what we're going to pay. And Washoe County did something. Theirs was a little bit different because they did a guest teacher thing, and you have to do it that way. They decreased, but they were also able to. They decreased down, but they were able to hire some teachers, and then they had some because of theirs they don't pay benefits that decided to remain, not retire because they wanted district paid benefits. So there's pluses and minuses both ways. I'm still inclined to what we were doing. There is a price difference, especially from option 1. The option 4 that we're doing, that's what, $340,000 almost. So there is a price difference between the two. So whatever the board direction the board does want to move with this can be implemented and instituted and done. But I do have a concern that we won't have enough staffing, but we do have to, and this is what the message we have been trying to send is we don't want to have critical needs, not because we don't like them, because they're great teachers and things, but it does cost us a lot to do that. And it's not a solution to our problem of keeping our classrooms filled with teachers because it's a temporary thing. The Band-Aid just there to get us through, but we haven't been able to fill all the positions yet. Did I miss anything, Cameron?
I wanted to just clarify a few things forward. As of right now, we do have 15 open positions. Of those positions, all have been approved to be filled by critical needs hires. If so, the PERS came back just this week approving those positions that you all approved last board meeting. I know there was one question regarding what it's meant by premiums deducted from their PERS retirement benefit, consistent with current district practices. When we have retirees school year, they can continue to elect to be on district coverage, but it's all paid on them. It's not district paid. And how they pay those premiums is through their PERS retirement pay. Those options are taken. So that practice would continue who were retired through the district.
So if we weren't providing insurance benefits and they wanted to maintain on district benefits, they would pay for it the same way that every retiree would, through a PERS deduction.
Anybody have questions? I can start if you want. Okay, so if a teacher retires and they come back the following year, they immediately get an increase in pay because of 403B, correct? Because the 403B is an add-on once you retire. Your pay would be more.
6%. So they either have the option to elect for PERS, which is actually more, at 36.7.
But it's more than they were making currently before they retired. They actually get a pay increase. So we are doing a buyout in a roundabout way. We're literally saying you can make more money by retiring and coming back. And then the insurance part. The day a person retires, they are no longer an employee of the district, correct?
Correct.
So then why would we ever give them a benefit that goes back to FY 2018? Shouldn't they be equal with new teachers at the best? I mean, I don't know why we'd give them a better benefit because they're no longer an employee. They're a new employee.
So when every critical needs, if we hire one, they're considered that they have a new hire date. So they fall under, and currently with us providing the benefits, they pay anything over $1,050, even if they were hired prior to and as an employee of the district, their full benefits were paid. Once they become a critical needs teacher, they have a new start date, a new date every year. They're only hired for 1 year at a time. So they have a new start date. So If someone were retiring now and came back as a critical needs teacher for the next school year, they would then be paying, after 1,050, they would be paying the rest of the insurance, like employees hired after 2017-18.
Okay, so that fits in.
Yeah, that's our current practice.
Okay. It's my couple for the moment.
I actually would like you to speak a little bit on the sick day. So how does that work? And so what would a contract look like if it was $400 a day? What does that look like in the classroom? Like, is there a contract that says that they need to stay for the 183 days? And if they were sick, say they got appendicitis the first week of school and they're out for 5 days, what happens to that classroom at that time?
So they would get one sick day per month, so they would use that one sick day, and then the remaining days would be deducted from their paycheck. It wouldn't be covered.
So
Or
that
they wouldn't
classroom,
get paid. With that one, they get paid by the day. So each day they work, they get paid. If they're not there, they're not paid that day, other than one day a month. They can get that, which could build up through the year. They're paid, but then they're not paid. We still pay for a substitute.
correct.
For a substitute.
So I think my point being, though, that classroom for that week is not the responsibility to make sure that there's any plans going forward as far as lesson plans and things like that. It's not the responsibility because they're not getting paid.
So, but lesson plans, so
Yeah, like each teacher needs to make a lesson plan for the entire week or for the entire year, or for the entire month to make sure that that class is on track. Sorry, so if they're not being paid to be in the classroom that week, then they would have no incentive at all to make sure that that classroom's being tended to. Is that correct? Is that how you would look at that?
Well, I'll tell you how I would look at it, and I don't know if if incoming Superintendent Cooper has a different look on this. He might have, but you're hired to be the teacher there. The benefits that are, once you retire, the job changes. You're then an at-will employee, as you're hired back as critical needs. But if we're hiring you and we're paying you, even if the rate's $400 a day and different, and you're sick, you're not there, you're still responsible to have that stuff for that class. That's a part of the responsibility of taking over and agreeing to do that class. So right now, it's not because you're getting a sick day you're getting paid that day, you have to do your lesson planning. That lesson planning is done prior to and should be there and be in place. Every day a teacher goes home, there should be something in place for the rest of the week that if something happens, that should be a standard practice. And I know that's a question of, well, if we're not being paid for that, but that would be a part of that responsibility of taking that on. He said,
My next question with the $400 a day is, like, per a contract, which we don't know, I haven't seen one. So is that contract putting them in that classroom for the entire year? Or I get that they're at will, so it's putting them in that same classroom until maybe somebody is hired, right? Is that the situation? Is that what that contract will look like, even at $400 a day?
practice would be for that one.
And that would be whichever option. Even currently, it's like that. So if we have a critical needs teacher and we hire someone mid-year to fill a position, we can end the contract because they're an at-will employee. And that's
Sure, I understand that part, but one of the things that I don't feel like the board was given is exactly what the $400 a day really means in the end, other than they're going to make their $400 a day. I'm more worried about the students and what that classroom is going to look like if, per se, like, maybe I only want to make $400 this week. I don't feel like making $1,200 this week. So maybe I'm not going to go to work all of the days. That's why I'm asking if there's a contract out there saying that they would be responsible for that classroom for all of the days of the school year. Unless someone is hired. I understand that part.
No, that would be what was in there. That would be the expectation with the contract. If we change that, we will develop. We did upload what we currently use, Sam, but we can put those things in a contract and say that is if we make this change. And remember that this information is coming back because this is the board request to put this together and bring it back. not necessarily saying this is what we think is going to work. But these are the options, and those are some things. And so if the board chooses to go that direction of $100 a day, we would develop a contract that would state that information. But I do agree it would be less incentive-wise to want to have those days covered if you're not getting paid to do those things. But you are the teacher responsible for that. So basically what we're saying is we're paying you for the days that you work. If that were the case and the board went with that option, we're paying you for the days that you work. You're responsible to do this stuff. The payment is, the salary is not the same as when you retired. If you want to maintain that same salary, then when you retire, you make a decision that things are going to be different.
Would it be an option to maybe front load sick days, like maybe they start with 3 sick days and then eligible to earn 1 per month or something of that nature?
Any of those things could be done, yes. Because, and that is a concern. I mean, sometimes people will get sick. You're working with kids. And when we say sick day, that means that that's a paid day to not be there. I think we all are on the same page with that.
Almost every conversation we have that includes budget items, we as a board have to weigh the cost benefit to us, and that's for us. The most important thing is making sure that we have qualified teachers in the classroom, and because that is the largest indicator of success for a student is quality teachers. And it's so unfortunate across the country. We are in a situation where not enough teachers are being trained. Number one, thank you for this information. We had a long discussion about this, and I so appreciate all the work that was done on this when we asked for more. But for me, and we've seen Churchill County School District has been very mindful about their budgets up to this point, and we're very mindful that it's not going to get any easier, that as enrollment shrinks, our budgets are going to shrink unless money shows up from the legislature. Highly unlikely. But again, for me, in this case, as we've accounted for some of this possibility in our budgets for the next fiscal year, I am more of the mind to leave it the way it is so that we can guarantee that we have qualified teachers in the classroom. We don't know if we do any of the other options where we're going to land. And right now, if we have the budget next year and we are mindful in tracking it this coming year, and we are going to have to cut our budgets for the next year, we may have to bring this back and say that this is one of the options we're going to have to do to save money. But for this year, I would prefer to leave it as is.
Cameron, can you clarify, you said we have 15 open positions currently, and they're all critical needs positions. So we have the potential of needing to hire 15 critical needs teachers.
Correct. Or long-term subs and vacancies.
Okay. Do we have the budget for 15 critical needs teachers? Because this only is assuming 10 critical needs teachers.
We do have budgeted
Yeah.
positions. So all those positions were budgeted for the next fiscal year.
Yeah, we use 10 on that just because that's an easy comparison for me. And to say, okay, move the decimal, we can tell how much one teacher costs. But it wasn't based upon who we had. But and we are budgeted, and they would be covered under the budget, because when we budget for a position, we do budget a range, because we don't know until we fill the position where it's going to be. The other thing So, and what President Malkovich said is true. When we hire a critical needs teacher back, they come back at the same salary where they were, plus they're getting the additional retirement income, through the 403B. The other side is, if we were budgeting for a teacher at that same salary range that wasn't retired, we're then paying 31-point-something% into PERS. So there is, and I'm not saying that's right because I don't like that. I'd rather that we have the teacher be paying to the PERS, the teacher, but on those positions, so a teacher that's been teaching for 30 years and is not retired costs less money than someone who is retired because of the not going to PERS. I don't like that. I mean, because it is, but so budget-wise, that helps make it happen. But it's still, critical needs still cost a lot because they are at the very top of the budget. But that makes it a little bit easier to make it happen. But there are some other issues that we've discussed about that and the negative impact of that long term as well.
So for clarification on what you were just saying relative to our current practices, what we're doing, what we've been doing with critical needs, are you saying the district is not paying PERS, or that they're only contributing a portion to their PERS?
So we're required when we hire critical needs to give them the PERS form. It's a form from PERS that gives them the option. They could choose to have us pay PERS. The other option that they can choose is Social Security, or the other one is the 403B. So when they choose the 403B, we're paying the 6.2% into their retirement account so they have access to it. And the reason why most people will choose that, and everyone has so far, is because the PERS contributions, they have to be able to contribute into PERS for at least 5 years. We never hire, they're not even really guaranteed a full year contract. They're guaranteed till we don't need them anymore, up to 1 year at a time. So they would have to be employed and have contributions to PERS for 5 years. Then they could ask to be reassessed in PERS, and that could change their retirement income. But it would have to be for 5 years. So if they work anything less than 5 years, that money going into PERS does not benefit them a bit. But by choosing the 403B, that 6.2% benefits them. That's their money that they take.
Right. So you're saying that so far all critical needs teachers have selected an option other than reentry into PERS.
Correct.
Okay.
And no one has selected Social Security, because if they select Social Security, 6.2% comes out of their salary, and then the district has to pay the 6.2%. So essentially, the cost of the district for electing the 403B or electing Social Security is the same, but the employee has the money taken out of their check if they elect Social Security. They have the employee portion taken out.
Okay. So thanks for that clarification. As I reviewed all of this and kind of listened to everyone else's comments and questions, the things that came up for me were, I am hugely supportive of having the 1 year waiting period, regardless of what option, regardless of if we stick with option 4. Because at our last meeting, as we were discussing this, and as Greg pointed out this evening, sort of incentivizing someone to retire when they can turn around a few months later and become reemployed under critical needs. Having at least a 1 year separation and a 1 year, separation period may eliminate that incentive, because if somebody's desire is to continue working, then it's more advantageous to the district to have them, employed as a teacher, not as critical needs. And so, you know, if truly that person was thinking, well, I still really want the money and everything, but I'll retire and then I'll try back for critical needs with, you know, a decent, chance of getting back on. If we have the 1 year period, if somebody's not actually fully prepared to retire, and then that eliminates that kind of, I guess, incentive to do it that way. So that would be kind of my first thought and comment. And then, Daryl, you just kind of addressed the PERS question, because obviously on the financial breakdown, especially with our current option 4, well, I guess with all options, we list, you know, the amount of PERS, and then we have the option, the subtotal with PERS contribution and with the 403B contribution. So it's good to know that thus far no one's doing the PERS contribution, because that would be pretty risky to the employee not knowing if they'd be in for 5 years. And then I also further want to point out that in the memo, the additional provisions that are listed say retirees are not included in any negotiated agreements or entitled to the benefits provided to any employee group. But yet, like our current practice, we are providing options for, you know, PERS, we're providing 15 sick days, we're providing district paid insurance benefits. That sounds a lot like retirees are included and entitled to benefits, because that's exactly what we're doing. So there's that. And then, you know, I was using the option 4, because that's what we're currently doing, and had used the PERS contribution rate of $141,552, because I did the math on that before I found out that they were on the 403B. So it'll come in a little less than that, but those 15 critical needs would be roughly $2,123,000. So it's still up there in the couple $1 million range. And I realize that we would be spending that if we had, you know, a teacher in the position, and that these are at will and everything else. But at the end of the day, yeah, we need qualified teachers in classrooms for sure. But the district has to be conscious about our budget and our spending. And I know you guys were also, and had previously started to kind of look at what some of the neighboring districts were doing. Do you have any other details on that? Because at the end of the day, if we did go to a different option, like as an example, a $400 a day payment, are we still being competitive with how we're treating our critical needs?
So with that, in response to one of your comments too, is that we have to give them the option to choose PERS. That's a requirement underneath that. And then, and we have chosen to give them those other benefits, but not because they're covered or represented. But they are similar, yes. But so we reported last time what Washoe County did, and they've gone to the $400 a day rate with no benefits, and it's like they're paid for each day that they work. They had it this last year. There is no other county that we've run across that has made a change. Pershing is working on a document, but most of them I've talked to, all of them that I've talked to, they're basically, they hire them back at the same rate, and some of them are paying PERS. We were paying until 3 years ago. We were paying the full PERS rate into the 403B account. But then we learned that we we set it up that way, but we did not have to do that, so then we changed it. And that was, you know, that's big, on that as well. That was definitely a huge incentive if you were getting the 30, you know, it wasn't the 36, but the 34, whatever it was, or 35, 33 and a half. But in some counties, when I talk to their superintendents, they're just, most of them they're paying PERS on as well. So other than Washoe County, no one has done something different that we're aware of. But Pershing's got that they're working on, right? And Pershing has it, and I've seen and their document that do they have it done yet, or is it in policy now? They have one, and I believe what's in there, the superintendent sets the salary for each position when they hire them back. And I think they have a limit of 2 years. That's another thing that's been discussed. Would we want to say that we'll critical needs, but the most that we will hire you is for two years. After 2 years, we're, you know, somebody else we only want, we're only going to hire you for 2 years.
So that was helpful, thank you. So I would just kind of close my comments by saying, you know, I am open to potentially keeping our current option with some caveats, like the 1 year waiting period, because I think that will help eliminate an incentive to retire and go straight into critical needs. The other suggested change would be complying a little more with the retirees are not included in any, you know, or entitled to benefits, so on and so forth. If you make a choice to retire, then you have a choice to go on the district's insurance if you pay the premium. So again, that would be a way of sort of, you know, not incentivizing somebody who's not fully prepared to retire and go critical needs. You know, same with the 1 year waiting period. So we still, you know, kind of pay them as per option 4, and then just change it to the 1 year waiting period, and, you know, the, we can give them some sick days. I mean, 15 seems rather generous. And then, you know, I say if they want to re-enroll in district insurance, that's their choice, and they can pay for that out of their salary.
And I did just think of something that Lyon County, the one thing that they do differently is that their critical labor shortage teachers or critical needs, they only allow they're only eligible for their cheapest option on health insurance, which would be like our health savings account. So they have 3 insurance options just like we do, and critical needs employees that come back are only eligible for that 3rd option. And like for employees within the district, if you're in the HSA, the premium is lower, so the district contributes the difference to your HSA account. But that wouldn't happen. It would be, we pay the premium, but not the difference. So that's one thing. That's the only thing I've seen different is Lyon County does that. Theirs is a 12-month cycle as well. Everything else is the same.
I just wanted to kind of mention that I feel like what you're speaking of is the option 2, because then they come in where they're at with no benefits, and then it would just be adding a couple of sick days instead of just 1.
Yeah.
Harold, what about their Social Security? They're not getting that taken out, or they are?
If they do not elect 403B and choose for Social Security, then it would come out of their check. But if they elect the 403B, because it's an exempt position because it normally qualifies for PERS, if they elect the 403B and we're paying, and the district is providing funds into the 403B, then they don't. Then nobody has to pay Social Security.
I'm kind of with Catherine. I feel like if we do this right now, we might lose. some of the teachers that we have, and then we're gonna be in a worse position in August. And at the $400 a day, I mean, what's best for kids is not having a different teacher 3 times a year, like in and out of, so I'm not opposed to kind of keeping it the same with some tweaks, if, that Julie said, and then maybe revisiting it. And we can have a solid plan before August.
We are contracting out, that's what we're doing right here. I wish it didn't touch anything to do with the teacher's agreement. I wish it was a set pay, a set number, that it didn't align with that whatsoever. 'Cause we contract out for speech services, we contract out for anything. We set a pay, we're even getting into, they pay their own insurance, I just get worried we're too attached to a contract here. And I agree with a lot what Julie said with insurance stuff. That's my opinion.
My other comment, Trustee Ghetto, would be that if we were to change it up a little bit, which I'm just going to be upfront, I'm not sold on this $400 a day. I think that that's going to be a detriment to our students. And having a child in school right now, that is not something that I don't want him having a different teacher all the time. I want him to have someone who's qualified to be in that classroom. At the same time of obviously being fiscally responsible. I do believe that if we were to go with the option 2 and maybe add a couple of days, I mean, I'm trying to think at my own job, I think I only get a day and a half a month, and I've been there for 10 years. So it's not about the one day, but I do think that option 2, to me, sets a little more of a contract that that person is responsible for that class for the entire school year or up until we found a replacement for that classroom. So.
Are there sick days paid out at the end of their term?
No.
I'm kind of in agreement with, Trustee Getch and Bullock that option 2 is more appeasing to me. In all, we're talking about $98.97 a day difference from what the average critical needs salary would be to the $400. But if that's going to keep us with a teacher that's qualified highly, that's something we should probably look at. I do agree that keeping insurance for them, that's kind of a privilege to our teachers that are here, that are new hires that come on, even though they do have to pay a portion of their insurance. So I could go for the option 2. I would also still like to keep the 1 year period of retirement, and I would like to entertain something that gives us maybe a couple of years and they're done, or if we're going to continue to use them, they would not stay in the same class year after year. They would have to go to a different grade level of what they're qualified to do.
I just want to say there's a couple things with option 2 that I don't love the language on, like critical needs hires electing ChurchillCSD insurance coverage will have benefit premiums deducted from their PERS retirement benefit, and then the whole 1 sick day per month. So for me, I think it's just a little cleaner to use option 4, but then propose changes, such as if the employee opts for insurance, they're responsible for the premium of whatever plan they choose, and then changing 15 sick days to 10, and the note that says that must have been retired for at least 1 year prior to application and possess appropriate Nevada license and endorsement requirements for the vacant position. And that would be, what I would propose. And I'm prepared to make a motion unless somebody wants to jump in with something, but that's what I would be.
Is there a consensus on a limit of years?
And then one question I have on that too with that, on the limit of years, is it the limit of years that you're employed as critical needs, or is it limit of years in a specific assignment? I've heard both things.
I don't know how we handle this. I think there should be a limit, but we obviously have quite a few people that would already surpass the limit many years ago, whatever we give. I mean, we've had some people that, it's not what critical needs is designed for. It wasn't supposed to be your second job. It was supposed to be a real critical need, not if you sit in a job for 5 to 7 years, it probably isn't critical. It could have found somebody, I'd hope. So I don't know the answer. We said 4 years, how many people wouldn't qualify? Do we have very many? I don't know that.
Because we don't know what the future holds, and if Nevada and everywhere else is going to start catching up with recruiting new teachers and having people who decide to go into education in the first place, I would be super hesitant to put a cap on it, honestly, because we're trying to make a decision for our future selves, not knowing what's going to happen. And I think as long as the district's making every effort to recruit and retain its teachers, that the hope would be over time, we need fewer and fewer critical needs. And again, remembering that each critical needs position is at will. So I feel fine having those safeguards in place and would rather not restrict us by putting like a set limit, like you can only be here for 4 years or something. So that's, I'd be hesitant towards placing a limit at this point in time.
Anybody else have anything before Julie attempts a motion? Yeah, good.
I agree on not setting a limit. I'm okay with the year wait instead of the, I have some concerns about insurance thing. Yeah.
All right, I'm going to take a whack at this. So I move to 4 as the current practice for the district's critical needs licensed teachers with the following changes. No district paid health insurance will be offered. The employee may elect any available district insurance plan, but they would be responsible for the premium. A change of 15 sick days to 10. And a notation on eligibility requirements of must have been retired for at least 1 year prior to application and possess the appropriate Nevada license and endorsement required for the vacant position.
Okay, made a motion by Trustee Burgett, second by Trustee Bullock. Is there any more board discussion? No? I can't see what the clinic's box of that's green or red. Okay. Any public discussion on the motion and the second? You have 3 minutes. Come up, speedily state your name for the record.
Sean Pearl for the record, principal at Newman Elementary. One thing I appreciate is the comments on the students. A lot of adult talk right here and what teachers deserve or not deserve, and it does bother me that we're treating them different. You guys looked at the approvals for NUMA. I hired retired teachers out of different states. To me, it's basically the same thing that they're retired, and don't be under an assumption too that they're knocking down my doors trying to get another job. I've had 3 this year that retired. I asked them all, would you come back? Absolutely not. So I hope that you trust the principals enough that they are our last resorts. I sent you an email that was about this topic, and I don't have candidates right now. We still have 3 positions open. So please I need teachers that are qualified and effective, mostly. So they're tough to find. And if we change this too much, I already know one person I already have applied for a different county already, anticipating some bad news. So not to say that person would be coming back to Numa. If I get a qualified application, that's what I'll look at. I have 0 right now. But they are looking at other sites right now, other districts. So, and being sick, the sick days, I'm going to tell you what, I never get sick. Never. Got sick 4 times this year. More sick days than I've ever had. Missed the last 2 days of school. And that happens. I've had teachers that had to put restraints on students this year that got hurt. So please take that in consideration as well. So those 15 days can go pretty fast, especially on a year like we had this year. Thank you.
The other, yes.
My name is Victoria Pearl, and I'm retired, and I have served in the position of critical needs for 2.5 years. So first I want to say that all of us who I have talked to that are critical needs, we all know we are only hired in the circumstances that nobody else can be hired. This is like, we're your last resort. And it's really frustrating when I sit back and I hear how, just so you know, I don't say work, I volunteer with the State Department. I work with Kelly Lynn Charles on the ARLs. I work with her, I have worked with her all year. I have done 30 to 35 potential aspiring educators. I have been working with them. I work with them through email. We send out things on educators that have put in, that are interested in going into education from different states, ones that are here in Nevada. So I just want you to know, at no time do I look at this as a permanent job. And honestly, there are some of us in here that it breaks my heart to think that after 35 years, I love what I do, and this is a punishment as far as I'm concerned, to think that we should go into a job. If I went anywhere else, I did go to Lyon County, by the way, and I did get paid full amount, and I did get to pay my insurance at that year. So I don't know if that's changed, but I was called 3 times before I was given a position, actually before school even got out, because they knew we got out before them. So they are looking at those of us, because they have been told that we're not respected in Churchill as far as the ARLs, critical needs. But my concern is this. I am an experienced teacher. I have been in this district since 1991. I work my butt off, and I do it because I love it. I don't do it for the pay, and yes, it's nice to get. But my first year I was asked to come back, I did not realize that I would be diagnosed with cancer. It was a huge benefit to know that I could work through it, because if I had to pay those premiums on top of the money that our insurance refused to pay for me to get through that, I paid $3,000 every 3 weeks, and there is no guarantee that it won't come back. But if I, on top of that, had to pay my own insurance on top of it, would have really been a blow. The fact that I had my retirement plus what was coming in was a godsend. But I'm just saying, I know for some reason, and it's been said, that this is like gravy to us. It's just extra money that we're just flowing. I think it's very presumptuous to assume where we're at financially within our families. We are still people, we are still educators, and we go in there every day, and the people I know that have come back under critical needs are good, solid teachers. We are no different. I just want to say one thing.
Thank you. Your time's up. Thank you.
Okay, can I just say one thing?
We have to be consistent. Thank you.
I've sat here for 3.5 hours.
Send us some.
You're paying out-of-state people full benefits. They get all their years, and they
Thank
get
you very much.
36.25%.
I said thank you. Your
They're
time is up.
retired. I'm just saying,
Send us something if
for
you'd like
3.5
to.
hours I sat here.
I did too, we all did. Any other public comment? Some, Catherine? No. Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. Do we need a recap of the motion, or are we all good? All good? Okay, all in favor? Opposed? So it is 6-1. Whitaker opposed. Thank you. That's where we're at. It's me. Okay, for discussion and possible action regarding establishing a committee to establish a request for proposal, process, procedures, and timeline to obtain a new contract for legal counsel to advise the board and superintendent. So my direction tonight on this one, if the board will agree, is we will direct current legal counsel and district office staff to come up with an RFP for the June 29th meeting, that the RFP will close before our meeting on July 21st so that we can actually be in the process on July 21st picking legal counsel. I would like to just give direction to the district office and Charlotte to work on the details to make it all legal. Anybody have any issues with?
Greg, can you hear me? The voice in the sky?
Yes, yes, yes.
I just wanted you to know I've been on most of the meeting, and I do support this timeline and appreciate your suggestions.
Thank you. So we all good with that? I don't think we need a motion or anything. We'll just move on. Discussion and possible action regarding future agenda items as requested by the Board of Trustees and clarification of requested agenda items. Trustee Bullock.
Thank you.
Okay. Trustee Guerrero,
You threw me off. I never go first. Wait a second.
You have any? No. No. I go backwards. None tonight. Trustee Blake. Trustee Ghetto. Trustee Whitaker. No. Trustee McFadden. Oh, I saw you kind of. You have some? Okay.
I would like to have a workshop or session to revisit goals. Mr. Cooper gets under contract.
Okay. Everybody good with that? I do not have any. I don't have much of a voice anymore either, it looks like. So we are on next board agenda setting meeting. We have that July 7th, 4:30. Trustee Blakey, you're still good with that? Trustee McFadden, you're good with that? So we'll move on to closed session for discussion and possible action, discussion of negotiations and strategies regarding contracts with Churchill County unrepresented employees, Churchill County Administrators Association, Churchill County Education Association, Nevada Classified School Employees Association, pursuant to NRS 288.220.
Go into closed session.
I have a motion, Trustee McFadden, a second, Trustee Blakey. Any public comment on going into closed session? Seeing none, all in favor? It is unanimous. We are now in closed session. Yes. Okay, let's reconvene into open session. Number 19, additional new items. For discussion of possible action, the board will consider approval of the contract amendments for the following unrepresented employees: Amanda Hammond, Cameron Sorensen, Chastity Mills, Dustin Drinkett, Caitlin Ritchie, Rena Keeler, Linnell Kramer, Mike Walker, Shannon Newcart, Trudy Dahl.
I move to approve the contract amendments under this agenda.
A motion, trustee McFadden, second, trustee Bullock. Any public comment on approving the contracts? Seeing none, all in favor? Oh, we have one?
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. 3 minutes, state your name for the record.
How long can we go? No, thank you for the opportunity to continue working in Churchill, and with the administrative team. Daryl, your leadership has been amazing, and your institutional knowledge has really helped me this last year, and I really look forward to working with a new admin team. So, thank you, and continue supporting kids and staff and families. About 3 minutes.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Now I will call for a vote. All in favor? It is unanimous. Thank you. All right, public comment. Members of the public who speak are asked to state their name for the record and will be limited to 3 minutes. Board members may respond briefly to public comment. They cannot deliberate on matters not listed on the agenda. Are there any public comments?
Somebody.
Seeing none, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.